Northeastern Region Convention in 2020 due to COVID. With its success, it became a springtime annual event. Today, NERx is the Northeastern Region's annual virtual convention jointly produced by the Northeastern Region and NMREX teams. While NERx features clinics and layout tours similar to what you will find at its annual in-person fall convention, its producers are working to find ways to offer unique segments that distinguish it from the in-person fall convention.
I could just hear it.
In 2024, NERx will be broadcast during March 18th to 21st on YouTube and Facebook, and everyone is invited to participate, either by providing content for the event, watching the event, or both. NERx showcases what is happening in the Northeastern region and sharing it with the model railroad community. So let's take a deeper dive into what NERx is. The Lakeshores Division and NMRA Northeastern Region are introducing a new hybrid concept for a make-and-take clinic called Build It. The Build It series will begin with NERx in 2024 and finish at Lakeshores 24, next September's in-person NER convention in Rochester, New York. Jim DeMarco, a master model railroader in the Lakeshores Division, has been hosting the Lakeshores Build It clinics for the past 2 years. Jim will be leading the clinics, showing members how to scratch build a wooden boxcar. Jeff can show himself, I guess. Jeff.
JH. Jeff, turn your camera on. I don't know if he thought he was going to be in now or if he thought he was only going to be at the end. Okay, we'll start then. Welcome to day one of NERx, the virtual convention of the Northeastern region of the National Model Railroad Association. NERx is bringing you 4 nights of clinics, layout tours, and roundtable discussions. We also have a model showcase featuring submissions from members across the region. You can see all of these entries on our website at www.nerx.org. You'll also see various tips and tricks, short video segments that show a modeling technique. I'm Ed O'Rourke, MMR, President of the Northeastern Region, and I'm happy to be your host for this evening. Thank you for joining us tonight. If you miss any of these events, you can watch a segment for a second time by heading over to the nerx.org website. Links for the individual segments will be posted in the coming weeks, so you can refer back to something if you want to check something or you didn't get a chance to see something tonight. I would like to thank our sponsors for this year's NERx. Our friends at Around the Layout podcast have been helping to spread the word about this year's event. So thank you, Ray Arnott and your team. They release a new podcast every Tuesday. So check them out at aroundthelayout.com or wherever you listen to your podcasts. Thank you also to Bernard Helen of Mini Prints. Mini Prints has a large selection of 3D printed figures, vehicles, objects, and other items. Check out their complete line of products at miniprints.com. Once again this year, Mini Prints is offering 2 $50 gift certificates to listeners of NERx. You can register to win by following the link, which is posted in the description of the feed on YouTube. Mini Prints is also an NMRA partner, which means that all NMRA members receive a 15% discount off regular priced items. Go to the NMRA members section and get your discount code. We would also like to thank Daryl Jacobs of Interaction Hobbies. Interaction Hobbies manufactures and sells a large selection of craftsman quality kits and accessories. Log on to interactionhobbies.com to see their entire product selection. Interaction Hobbies is also giving away 2 $50 gift certificates to listeners of the show. And again, you can register for that by following the link posted in the description of the feed. The drawing for both raffles will be Thursday at 8:45 p.m. Please make sure if you have questions for our clinicians that you put them in the chat on YouTube. We will be having our clinicians on with us live after each clinic video to address as many of the questions as we can. Okay, so let's begin. Our first clinic for the evening is Scratch Building Martinsburg, West Virginia Fruit Exchange by Jeff Hankey, MMR. Jeff is a master model railroader in the Nutmeg Division and has been an NMRA member since 2009. He models the Chessie Systems East End of the Cumberland subdivision in HO scale. This Baltimore and Ohio main line runs between Brunswick, Maryland and Cumberland, Maryland. Jeff has been active in model railroading for over 25 years and has maintained a website, www.trainweb.org/Chessie, for about as long. His layout has just been disassembled in preparation for a move to Florida, where a new version of the East End will be constructed. Jeff, are you with us?
I am.
Good. We will begin the video and then we'll have you back and we'll do some, hopefully have some questions. Make sure you put your questions in the chat so that we can ask Jeff when the video is over. I have seen this video, this clinic before, and it's a great presentation. You'll enjoy it a great deal. So Speed, let's roll the video.
Hello, everybody. This is Jeff Hankey. Happy for you to join me this evening for a clinic on scratch building the Martinsburg Fruit Exchange. This is a really signature, and I put B&O in quotations. You'll find out later why that is in West Virginia on my layout. I doubt anybody out there is ever going to really want to scratch build this specific structure, but instead, I hope as you listen to this clinic, you take away some things to scratch build whatever structure you're interested in. Start here with an overview picture of Martinsburg, West Virginia. West Virginia was dominated by two completely circular roundhouses you see there in the middle of the photo. One of the two is still there today. Unfortunately, the one on the right burned down in the 1990s. We're going to be talking about the Fruit Exchange, which is in the right-hand side of this picture. You can see about half of the building. And it sits right behind the interlocking tower for Martinsburg, which is coded NA tower. And then the passenger station there you can see is also a landmark structure in this area. Passenger station dates back to before the Civil War. So I did the structure certificate in 2022. If you know the requirements of the NMRA's achievement program for that certificate, you have to build 12 structures, 6 of which need to be scratch built, and 6 need to earn merit awards. They don't need to be the same buildings, but for me, they happen to be. The 6 I scratch built, I started with 4 interlocking towers you can see there on the left, including the one I just pointed out, NA Tower, the Martinsburg Tower, that small 1-story structure. And I also did Consumers Fuel, which is also in Martinsburg, West Virginia, which is a fuel distributor. But if you know the requirements for the structure certificate, they try to encourage you to do different types of buildings. So the bottom right is what we're going to talk about. That is the Fruit Exchange, and it's essentially a brick warehouse. And I'll talk a little bit about the prototype and what it is and what it does and what its history is. And it's quite unique as a structure and unique in terms of actually what ended up in the final disposition for it. But that's what I used as my final 12th building built and my final 6th scratch built and merit awards. So that allowed me to complete the certificate. So let's first talk about scratch building. Scratch building is something I think a lot of modelers cringe when they think about. Starting basically with raw materials and creating something seems a very daunting task. Most of us start in the hobby in the bottom left-hand corner. This is my simple math chart of what we're talking about. And it's really how crazy do you get into model railroading? Well, most people start with buying a ready-to-run kit, be that a ready-to-run structure, like you can just set it on the layout, plop it down, or ready-to-run locomotive or ready-to-run freight car. But that's pretty restricted. It may be quick on time and quick on your skill level is pretty low at that time, but you really can't do a lot with it. It's ready to go. Next step up, I think a lot of us grew up making kits, Athearn Blue Box kits, AccuRail kits, that kind of stuff. A lot of craftsman kits come for structures of all types and sizes and shapes. And, they restrict you a little bit. It basically comes with directions on what you want to do, but you can probably paint it. You can probably kind of make it your own, change the signs on a building, but still a little bit of restriction. Some of us then go into dabbling into kit bashing. I want to take that building and make it look a little different. I want to add an extension on it. I want to add a garage to this building, whatever it is. And that gives you a little more freedom, partial freedom, if you will. But what we're talking about today is when your skill level is up and you feel like you're ready to do this, is to scratch build, have complete freedom in what you create. And in my mind, what that does is it really allows you to make those signature structures for your layout that are identifiable as soon as someone comes in and sees it. And unfortunately, with the structures, very few structures are made commercially that are signature buildings. Most are generic in nature, so that they have wide demand across the market. So if you're looking to make a unique thing like an interlocking tower that may be unique for your railroad, or in this case, the fruit exchange, scratch building is really the only option. So where is Martinsburg, West Virginia? I'll show you here in a map, but for this picture, this is probably a late 60s photo of the NA Tower. But the reason I included it is if you look behind it to the left, that is the fruit exchange right there. It sits very close to the interlocking tower. It's in a lot of photos. If you see a Martinsburg, West Virginia, you just keep seeing it again and again and again. So I had to have it on my layout. So Martinsburg, West Virginia is in what they call the eastern panhandle of West Virginia, the northernmost part and the easternmost part of West Virginia. Brunswick on my layout is the easternmost point. That is actually in Maryland. Crossing over in Harper's Ferry is a very picturesque place with 2 bridges on it that a lot of people know when they know the B&O. Also due to the Civil War history in the area, Harper's Ferry is well known. But Martinsburg is right there to the west of Harper's Ferry. It is actually 100 miles from Baltimore. And it created milepost 100 is in Martinsburg, and that's what actually created the 100-mile day, if you've ever heard that term, starting to define how long people should work on the railroad. And if you look at my layout, the east end, to keep continuing west, it ends in Cumberland, Maryland. But most of the layout is in West Virginia. It crosses back into Maryland right before it gets to Cumberland. So I happen to be blessed to pick a part of a railroad that actually had an engineer who had a collateral job of going around and drawing track plans of every part of the prototype. And this is actually his drawing of Martinsburg, West Virginia. And if you look carefully where I put the blue arrow there, that is the fruit exchange. Fruit exchange sits inside a triangle of railroad tracks in a road. So the main lines are to the north. What's called the Frog Hollow Industrial Track is behind it. That goes to serve a large cement plant, probably about 3 miles away. And then the eastern Burke Street goes actually underneath the railroad, but it butts up right against the fruit exchange. So it's kind of an unusual building in that it has no parking lot, and it's surrounded on 2 sides by a railroad and 1 side by a street. So just to get your orientation again, here's from the 2010s. You can see the 2, one's a remnant of the circular roundhouse there. NA Tower is the teeny little building, and that's the fruit exchange behind it. You can just look at this picture a little bit, and you can see how dilapidated the building is in the 2010s. Careful analysis is B&O main lines are easy to point out, but if you look carefully right above the label, the Frog Hollow Industrial Track is there as well. So what is a fruit exchange? I happened to find a 1936 news article that outlined that the exchange opened in 1915. The good news was it told me exactly how big the building was. It's 30 feet by 100 feet. And it was constructed with what they called in the article a leading platform, or we would consider that to just be a platform for loading rail cars. And in 1923, it was constructed for a mere $12,000. If you want to be a member of the fruit exchange, which I guess is similar for people out in the Midwest of like a co-op, where farmers own a fraction of the distribution site, you can become a member for $5. And if you're shipping anything, you paid 5% fee to ship any of your fruit out of that facility. This teeny little building, this 100-foot long building, shipped at its peak in 1923, 700 rail cars full of fruit. So it was quite busy at that time, and a good chunk of that was exported. As you can see, 20% in 1925 was exported. The building was built that early, and the Fruit Exchange became an official corporation in December of 1933. This is kind of unique amongst buildings I've researched. This building was owned by the Fruit Exchange, but the land it sat on was still owned by the railroad. And I believe this business basically operated up until the 1970s. I don't know exact date that it closed, but the photos I have from that era show the windows boarded up, so I'm pretty sure it ended somewhere around that time. I am using modeler's license to keep the building open another decade because, frankly, it's an interesting building to see open. I wanted to do a detailed building with a detailed interior, and it also has rail service so that it can ship out insulated boxcars in my era full of fruit. The building was donated to the Martinsburg Roundhouse Authority by the estate of Marlon McBee in 2001. The Martinsburg Roundhouse Authority there has preservation of the roundhouse and the remaining buildings on the opposite side of the tracks. CSX has also said they're going to donate the NA Tower to them when it was fully closed. And then this building, although it was privately owned, Marlon McBee's estate donated it to them for preservation. And that was in 2001. They tried a couple of different things, but unfortunately in 2018, they tried to get a 30-year no-cost lease with a company to renovate it, and the deal fell through. And just after a 3-year little court case after that, the court ruled that Marlon McBee could not give this building to the Roundhouse Authority because he was not officially the owner, and the building reverted back to CSX, who was the landowner. CSX promptly, probably about a month or two after the court decision, wasted no time in bulldozing the building, and it does not exist there today. So this is what the Fruit Exchange looks like. This picture was taken about 1985. You can see NA Tower there on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side, what I call the office end of the building. If you note that the stairs are broken, so I'm pretty sure at this time the building's not being used. If you can't get in the front door, it's probably not actively being worked. So the Fruit Exchange, these are some of the labels. Actually, I've bought a couple of them off eBay. The Queen Shenandoah brand in Martinsburg, West Virginia, and then the Black Line as well of apples were distributed. The primary fruit out of the Fruit Exchange was apples, although they did do peaches, and there's a local fruit called a pawpaw, similar to a pear, that they did as well. But again, the volume was incredible for the 20s, and then I think it tapered off through into the 60s and was basically closed after that. These are from the track side. These two photos are the office end and the tower end, and you can see the remnants of what they call the leading platform. You can see the cinder block supports of the wooden deck structure. And in particular, if you look on the right-hand photo, in the middle there, about 3 doors back, is a large concrete structure. That is actually for loading coal to go into the basement for the furnace. So I made sure I modeled that as well. So when I was starting this project, one of the hardest things about getting a scratch-built project done is getting enough information. And the building had been boarded up for many years, and I could measure the outside of the building, but I had no idea what it looked like on the inside. Around 2017 or so, they wanted to see if they could, get the deal with the renovation company to renovate the place. They took the window coverings off, and one of the gentlemen from the Roundhouse Authority went inside and took these photos. When I contacted the Roundhouse Authority to see if I could get inside the building, the gentleman said, "Oh, I was just there." And he sent me these photos. These photos really made this project possible to satisfy the achievement program, because you need to really have a detailed interior as well as exterior to get a merit award. So very interesting stuff. If you notice, this is the left side, that's facing the tower from the inside. That's the area where they would bring all the fruit in. You can see the sliding doors from the inside. The office end, if you look there, you can see the doors that go into the office. The bottom left-hand photo is the rafters in the roof, and then 2 photos of the office. The one on the middle there is just the office on the left-hand side, and the photo on the right is kind of an angular photo that shows the front door and the office on the right. So let's talk about how we scratch build a building. So we know what we're going to do. We know the building. We know what it's been used for. We've got pictures of the outside and the inside. So how do you get this into HO scale in my case? You could use any scale you want, but for me, I do HO scale. So first and foremost, going out to the existing building, you want to measure it as best you can. If you bring out a tape measure, I have a 35-foot tape measure. That's good to get distances pretty good. But when you're standing on the ground, there's things you can't measure above your head. So my best advice for you, and if you're going to take away one thing from the clinic, I think it's good to know, especially for a brick building, when you go up, you want to measure one brick. You want to measure a brick horizontally and vertically, including half of the mortar on each side. And what is that going to do? When you go back and you realize that you don't know a measurement based off of the measurements you have, you can use the brick basically as a grid system to count and extrapolate the size of whatever feature you didn't get to measure. This is really helpful for second story features or a window that's too elevated for you to measure if you're standing on the ground. So you'll see that coming up in my plan where I did that to measure a brick. And then what I do is I use graph paper, and I will show you a simple way to do that. Take your time, one for each side of the building, and then convert those measurements into HO scale. We'll show you how that's done, and you're ready to go. Some of the things don't need to be scratch built to satisfy the achievement program. Only 90% of the parts need to be scratch built, so you can use some commercially available parts. So what I do is I use commercially available windows and doors. Grant Line, Detail Associates, Rusty Stumps, there's a whole bunch of them out there. They show really detailed information about the size of their windows, and I just pick the one that fits the closest. Now, coming up, you're going to find out this is a challenge, but one of the things I really wanted to replicate in this building was what is called the American Bond brick pattern. So I have an inset photo there, and if you look, there are 5 horizontal brick levels, and then there's one where the brick is on the end. This was done at the turn of the 20th century, in the 1900s, when the bricks themselves supported the weight of the roof. Today, most bricks are just a facade. Your house happens to have a cinder block core or it has a wood core, and the bricks are literally just for decoration. That's not the case for the Fruit Exchange. The walls actually support the roof. And the reason for the American Bond is there's actually 2 horizontal series of bricks next to each other, and that American Bond ties the 2 horizontal bricks together. A wall is much thicker than you would think, but that bond is basically the glue. It's called the American Bond. It was very popular in the 1900s to do, and luckily for me, the N-Scale Architect makes it. I realize it's called the N-Scale Architect, but they do make HO scale brick sheeting. The number one problem with this sheeting is it's probably like 0.010 thick. It's very floppy, and it doesn't have the rigidity to stand by itself to make a brick wall. So this is basically my overall plan, and we'll go through a few of the little details here. So the gentleman who went inside to take the photos gave me this plan. He measured the building for me on the inside. I would have never known the size of the offices or any of that stuff, so he was nice enough to do it. And if you see from his diagram on the bottom, the coal hatch, he recognized that as well on the outside and measured the coal hatch for me, and that's how you get the coal down to the basement. There is a restroom in this building, and I did model it. So this is the piece of paper I took when I was next to the building, and this is what I measured. And in particular, I'll draw your eye to the bottom right-hand side where it says 8 3/4 by 2 1/4 inch brick. And that includes the mortar on each side. And I use that to extrapolate any measurement that I didn't get while I was sitting there next to the building. Doesn't need to be perfect, doesn't need to be neat, just needs to be something you can translate and understand what measurements are what lengths. So then I transferred it to graph paper, and I use 1/4 inch graph paper. I use a ruler and just start drawing it. And you can see if you look on the left-hand side, see there's a 0 and then a 5 and a 10 and a 15. Those are feet. And I lay this out in feet. All of the dimensions in black ink are the dimensions that I measured. And then when it's completely done and drawn, I go back and you can see in the red ink, I convert it into inches. So I take whatever the inches are for real. If you see like 65 inches there in the middle, I divide that by 87. I realize it's 87.1, but 87 is close enough. And so then it'll be 0.7816 of an inch. My ruler measures in 30 seconds. So that's 30 seconds between the edge of the building and the first window. I repeat that through all the measurements so that I know when I'm using the actual ruler, I can just use it to make all of my marks and cuts. I did that for the sides as well. The problem with the 100-foot long building is the graph paper needed to be smaller to do it. So I changed to a different grid of a graph paper to get it done, and it was still a little too long, so you have to make it in 2 pieces. That's the other side as well. So when I build a building, and something else I think you should do anytime you build a building, this is something I've evolved to. The Martinsburg Tower that you can see in the picture in the upper left-hand side, it was not built this way. It was built with the foundation, and I had to sink it into the foam. That poses a real problem, that the foundation and the building are linked together. They're glued together on the tower in that photo. And that is, if anybody bumps it, they can really damage your building. They could break it, they could bend it, and it's going to cause a real mess to try to fix it. So shortly after that, I started developing the technique you see here, which is I build the building in 2 big subassemblies. The first one is the foundation. I build the foundation completely. I put it in the scenery. I put the scenery around it before I build the top. So this foundation sat here on my layout probably for 6 months while I was building the rest of the building. The building is made out of evergreen sheet styrene. 040 is thick enough that it has rigidity. You can just use it. If you look real carefully in the bottom, you can see there's a couple of windows in the foundation. I use Grant Line windows for that. I scratch built the stairs. Those are, if you see on the right-hand side, those are the stairs that were broken in the prototype photo I showed you. But also, if you look on the other end of the building, there's stairs down to a double door basement access. So there's actually stairs on both ends. The other side goes into the ground. Painting, to me, a concrete foundation that's weathered is incredibly easy. I use Rust-Oleum automobile primer, just the big rattle can you buy at Home Depot or whatever. Spray it real quick, 1 coat, takes 10 seconds. When it's dry, which usually takes like 10 minutes to 15 minutes to dry, I weather it with a black wash. I use Tamiya flat black paint and water as the thinning. And then I sprinkle on some white powder. If you look, it looks pretty realistic there on the side. Another little tip or trick for any time you're doing a basement or a window that you don't want to look into and you're not going to have an interior, because there's no basement in this structure. There's nothing in it to see. Put a piece of styrene on the back of the window to represent the glass, but then paint the backside of that piece of clear styrene, the inside surface of the window, flat black. And from the outside, it just looks glossy black and you can't look in it. It's a great way to stop light leaks. It's a great way to stop people from looking in and seeing, pink foam, for example, which would be what you would see if these windows weren't painted black. I also scratch build the loading dock on the back. And if you look carefully in the middle of that, you can see where the coal loading piece of cement is that goes in there. I use Northeast scale lumber for that. Pretty easy, very long strips. And then that's scribe siding on top of it. And I weathered it with the same sort of wash that I weathered the foundation with. On the interior, I should point out the interior 100-foot long building is longer than a foot in HO scale. And unfortunately, the Northeast scale lumber sheets come only a foot long. So what I did is I accounted for the seam. If you can see the dark 2/3 of the floor is where the warehouse part is, and the lighter third closer to the camera here is the office part. I weathered the part more where the people would be running forklifts and that sort of thing and running the business, and I weathered the floor less where the office is, and I planned that seam to be right underneath where the wall dividing the two would be, so it's not seen in the end. There are some times that the NMRA just pays off. Let me tell you, some of not only the friendships you get and the people you meet and the conventions you get to go to and the knowledge you get, but in the nutmeg division, the division I'm in, we took a tour of some layouts, and one of the gentlemen down by the shoreline here in Connecticut had an unbelievable set of buildings, and I started talking to him about it, and he said he made them with his laser cutter. And I said, really? That's incredible. And I asked him if he would be willing to laser cut the doors, the sliding cargo doors that nobody makes. And he was more than willing, did it for free, and made me all the sliding doors I need. And you can see them there. There are actually two pieces. Well, the bottom piece has the windows and the vertical scribing, and the second piece of cardstock has the X and the frames around the windows. And when you glue the two pieces together, it looks exactly like the real door in the Fruit Exchange. So incredibly thankful to him for giving me that. I painted them the same primer gray that I used for the foundation, weathered it with a wash, and used a product. I'm not sure how many people have ever used it, but Micro Clear for windows. It's in the same sort of bottle as Microsol is, or Microset. And you actually stretch the liquid for each window pane, and it looks milky white when you start, but it dries crystal clear. So all of those windows are put in. And the reason I did that is I didn't want to see the back of the, you're going to be able to see the back of the door, and I didn't want to see an oversized piece of styrene from the inside. Okay. So now the meat of the building is the construction of the walls. And it's just 4 walls, and they're each made in a 2-ply construction, because I remember I said that the N-scale architect material is too floppy to stand on its own. But also, to have a detailed interior, most sheet brick material does not have the brick pattern on the inside. It has the brick pattern on the outside, and the inside is smooth. So to resolve that, I created this technique. Now, what's the good news about doing this if you're going to do this for the achievement program? If you look at that picture on the bottom, every one of those parts counts towards the scratch build 90%. So you have the 2 big pieces, but 3 on the bottom, 4 and 5 on the top, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So there's 17 total pieces in that wall. Now, I didn't do it to jack up the number of parts and pieces. I did it because the material's too thin to have rigidity. Additionally, it gives you a little bit of thickness so that when you inset the window there, the window's not flush like they were on the real thing. You don't want them to be flush. You want them to be inset on the wall a little bit, and having that amount of thickness allows you to do that. My glue of choice on everything, I mean, it doesn't matter what I'm using. My glue of choice is Loctite Gel Control Super Glue. Not liquid, not the blue one too, not the black one. I don't know why the black one, the extra strength one, is even worse. I don't know how the extra strength one is worse, but my experience has been it's worse. I use the blue one. And the great part about Gel Super Glue is it doesn't dry so fast, and it stays exactly where you put it, and it doesn't run, and it doesn't drip. So all of that stuff is much better. So cutting the sides out, pretty easy. If you look on the right, you get a plain piece. I marked it out with a pencil. You can see where I marked it out based off the plan. You can see the plan on the right-hand side of the picture. And the only thing you got to worry about when you're cutting some of these material is if your building is longer than the sheet of material you have, is where are you going to hide the seam? And for me, I hid the seam on one side of a sliding door. That meant that the seam was only that little 3 or 4 bricks on the bottom and the 10 or so bricks on the top. So the seam was as short as it could be. If I put the seam right in the middle of the wall, it would be much more noticeable. And so I use the same technique. 2 pieces though, because the N-scale architect sheet's not long enough to make the building. And you can see how I built up around the openings for what will eventually be the sliding doors. And there's a window on the office end. You can see that there as well. You repeat this same process for both ends and both long walls of the building. Okay, so gluing the sides together. When I did the previous step, I made sure that the interior wall was a little shorter. And so that's when the two corners join, the outside surfaces are longer, the inside surfaces are shorter. So when they meet at 90 degrees, you have a nice seam on the inside of the building as well as the outside of the building. Takes a little bit of doing. You may have to sand a little bit to get it nice and smooth. But here's another good news about using gel type super glue. It'll hide a couple of your errors. So you can use gel type super glue to be a little bit of a putty to hide that seam as well. Now I do want to point out one thing as you see the building here on the four sides together is you add the trim pieces to it to match the prototype. The prototype windows all had an arch of bricks over them, and each of the doors had an arch of bricks over them. Even the basement windows have an arch of bricks over them. I just consider myself to be as lucky as can be. I didn't even know this. When I went to go buy the N-Scale Architect sheets at, I actually bought it at the Big E, Amherst Railroad Show. Right next to it in the sheet was the details. And the detail, they have a sheet of all of these arches. And so you just buy it and you cut them out of the sheet and you glue them on. And so it's just another ply of styrene on top of the flat brick sheet. And you can see it really makes the building pop. They even have straight pieces available. And so that architectural feature on the front of it that looks like a little plus on either side of the circular window on the top of the wall, that was also on the detail sheet. So really easy to do. Looks great, and I was surprised. Last thing I'll tell you is I put a cap on the top of it to represent the stone top of each of the end walls. Krylon red oxide primer, amazing brick color. As a matter of fact, it was suggested by the gentleman that made the doors for me. I used it. It worked great. You also may want to note on the building, some buildings show the passage of time. One of the sliding doors was plugged with a couple of windows for this, so I showed that as well. And it's pretty easy. Building's starting to look pretty good. We're not done yet. Tried something else new on this building. That's one of the things the achievement program really kind of challenges you to do is to try new things. So I tried Robert's brick mortar formula. Comes in a little tub. It's really, really good stuff. You shake it up. That would be my number one suggestion to anybody that wants to use it. As a matter of fact, the photo on the bottom I'm showing for a reason. The right-hand side of the building is wet. I did not shake it up enough, and you can see what it looks like. It looks almost like water. I shook it up some more, stirred it up even more, and then I applied it on the left-hand side, and you can see how it looks milky white. That's how you want it to look. You want it to look milky white like that. And let it dry. And once it dries, you go back with a very moist paper towel and rub the side of the building, and all of the excess white comes off, and it leaves you what you see on the right, which is mortar in the cracks and the brick surface on the top. And it's water soluble, so if you don't like what you look, just keep doing it. You can keep reworking and working and working it. And when you're finally happy with the look, I suggest you seal it with dull coat. I was surprised how long this step took because this stuff really has to dry, and it takes a long time to dry. So then let's talk about the interior. Luckily, the interior, all the walls are brick, so you already have the interior walls done, with the exception of the office walls. I use 020 or 20 wall thickness from evergreen sheet styrene. I use Grant line doors. I found a resin chimney as a single piece, took that. The only thing I had to do was cut it at an angle so that it fit underneath the roof. And then I put some baseboard trim pieces on it. You'll see here in the bottom left, painted up a tan color and painted all the trim brown, ready to go. I even added some very small, this is when you go crazy, like I went crazy with this. I actually added on the wall hangings, those are very small pictures of the labels of the fruit I showed earlier in the brief. That's well above and beyond. You don't have to do that sort of thing, but I think it looks neat. At least I know, could be possibly something that was hanging on the wall at the fruit exchange. And then I had some office furniture. I threw some office furniture in there as well. Okay, so one of the things also to add, and you saw the picture of the inside of the roofs, is making each of the trusses that support the roof. There are 8 of them. I can't remember the exact number. There's 14 or 15 pieces in each one of them. I used a material called Blacken It to take brass wire and chemically blacken it. The reason I do that is painting brass wire tends to flake or chip, or anytime you rub it, you can see the gold color pretty quickly. The Blacken It just works. I mean, just perfect to, I think it's chemically tarnishing the brass is what it's doing, and that coating is indestructible. So I highly recommend that if you're going to use anything, interlocking switch rods, if you're doing like an Armstrong switching machine that are outside, blacken them, don't paint them. And then these are just evergreen, Northeast scale lumber wood pieces cut to the right shapes and lengths to match the photos the gentleman gave me. Inside, I just added some details about fruit, crates full of fruit, found some, painted some fruit pieces that were available. And then I even took some of these crates and added the pictures on the side of them that matched the labels from Martinsburg. So it may kind of give it a look of what it would look like. Added some forklifts in there, both hand trucks and powered ones, added some bags, try to make it look like, the fruit exchange is still in use. Last big part to add to this fruit exchange and scratch build, probably the easiest, and that's just the roof. I used a sheet material with an asphalt shingle pattern on it. Again, it was not long enough to be the whole thing. If you look real carefully, about a third of the way down the roof, you can see the seam. I did the best I could to match it up there with the bricks, but it is slightly visible. Inside the actual plastic roof, I put a plastic triangle to make sure that that angle stayed the same and that piece is rigid. That black roof piece will just lift right off. I could just take it off so you could just see inside the roof and inside the detail of the building if I ever wanted to. But it's snug enough that it sits there and it won't move, easily. I painted it flat black, did it again with rattle can, Rust-Oleum flat black paint. And then I added the chimney on the far right to match where the interior chimney was in the building. And if you were curious, it was 883 pieces. That's a surprising number of parts for a small building, but it goes by so quick. And then the good news with doing 800 plus pieces is you can use a lot of Grant Line windows and don't have to worry about scratch building windows or anything like that to make it happen. And then I did position the doors hang on a little rod. Each of the doors is positionable, and you can see I have the 2 on the left-hand side of the building open and the third one closed, and then the plug window. See, there's another picture, another side of it. You can see some of the interior stuff as well. And this is, if you look carefully on the back and the front of this photo, you can see the tracks in the front. That's the Frog Hollow Industrial Track. The main lines are behind the building, the loading docks on the back side of the building. And if you look real carefully on the right-hand side, you can see the Budweiser truck going down into the East Burke Street underpass, which kind of defines where the fruit exchange sits. So just as a quick review, watching for the brick pattern is important, especially when you join up the ends. Make sure those patterns match. Don't, in aviation, we call it preloading. Don't stress the building. Don't try to push 2 pieces together. Do a little extra sanding so that the pieces fit together nicely with no stress. That will help keep the building together over time, because you don't want those things to eventually pop the seams on them. Definitely go see the building if it's available. Luckily, I was there and measured it before it got bulldozed. Extrapolate the brick pattern. If you're going to take anything away from this, measure a brick with half of the mortar on each side, and then you'll be set to measure things you can't actually reach. Buildings do change over time. Fruit Exchange didn't change a whole lot, but it was built originally with 8 doors. It only had 7 when I was there. So make sure you use in-period pictures from the time you model. And when you scratch build, absolutely anything is possible, right? However, using the commercially available doors and windows really do speed it up in ease. This is not a kit bash. This is a scratch build. To me, it's in the end actually easier than a scratch build. And I think if you did a couple of each, you may agree with me on that as well. I just wanted to end to let you know, unfortunately, in 2021, this was it during it getting bulldozed. They were using a big excavator on the back and pulling away, and they started in the middle for some reason, but they took the middle of the building out and then they demolished both the ends. And today, this is what's there. That's NA Tower on the left. When I modeled it, was tan colored. CSX painted it gray. And then you can see on the right there, there's nothing but an empty lot between the tracks. And that is my presentation. I will be live here for questions and answers in a minute.
Okay, so we can ask some questions here. We had a couple questions in the chat, Jeff. Somebody wanted to know, does the Roberts brick work on wood?
No, I don't think it will. I think it's way too porous. It'll just soak into the wood, and you won't be able to see it. If you painted the wood first, it probably would work.
Okay.
But natural wood, I think the water will just seep in and warp the wood.
Okay. Okay. Somebody else said, do the doors open or are they just modeled open?
No, they actually slide. I built a little rail on the inside. I didn't really show that in the photos I had, and they sit on little J hooks on a little brass rail, so they are positionable. You can move them anywhere you want. I try to keep the ones facing the outside of the layout open so people can see the inside of the structure.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah. Somebody said, how did you cut out the door and window openings? And then there was another question that came along with it that said, how do you make sure that the windows and doors are flush and there's no light leak around them?
Sure. So I cut them all with a number 11 X-Acto, straight X-Acto. I draw on pencil what the square should be, and then I use a straight metal ruler to make the cuts, taking your time. Don't rush it, because you'll cut right through that material too deep. And then for light leaks, I mean, that's another beauty of having the gel type super glue, is it fills those gaps. And then when you paint the building, either the brick red or you paint the windows, in my case gray, it'll paint the super glue as well. So there are no light leaks around the doors or around the windows after you do that. But gel type super glue is the secret. If anybody has never used it, please, I encourage you to use it. It makes everything so fast and easy.
Do you have a specific brand that you use, or just whatever you can come up with?
Yeah, I use the Loctite blue. So there's two flavors. There's a blue and a black. The black is extra strength. I do not use the black. I don't know why, but the black stinks compared to the blue. Use the regular stuff. Gel type though, not liquid.
That's what I use. Have it on my workbench in there. Somebody wanted to know if you got points taken off for having someone else do the laser cutting.
Not that I know of. I mean, I don't know. Again, I counted those as commercial parts in the count. So
okay.
Wouldn't matter. Right?
Okay. Somebody said if you did the drawing, took it over to the laser cutter and had just had the other guy push the button, that'd probably be the same as 3D printing something. If you drew it up and sent it to mini prints, that's scratch building. If you just send the actual 3D printing out to somebody who can just push a button and have it go. If they have to design it or do drawings to make it work or change things around, then it's not. So yeah, right. Okay. Somebody wanted to know, was the floor also 040 styrene?
Underneath the wood is 040 styrene. I put the ply of it on. The reason I did that is so that there was a little lip around the edge for the brick to come down right to the foundation. So the brick has a little thickness underneath each one of the main sliding doors, and that's how thick the wooden floor is. So the wooden floor is level with the openings on the sliding doors, but the lip of the bricks has like a little edge so that it can sit down on top of the foundation.
Okay. Somebody wanted to know if you ever use CAD when you're designing a building. You always do it by paper?
I'm telling you, I'm old school. I'm a ruler and a pencil and that's 1/4 inch square. You get them in a spiral bound notebook, graph paper for like 99 cents from CVS,
Yeah, me too. Okay. What aspect of the model did you enjoy the most? The designing, the work,
One of the things I like about doing it is trying to solve the problem. And the thing I think I like most is finally figuring out a way to take the very floppy N-scale architect sheet and making a wall that was rigid enough to look like brick on both sides. If somebody made an embossed thick plastic sheet like DPM, they make thick plastic sheets, but they only have the brick pattern on one side.
Right.
So I struggled with that for a while. Like, how am I going to build this with that? And then, it finally came to me. It had to be a sandwich, and it had to have, a structure in the middle to support it. I think that was probably the most interesting part of it.
Okay, cool. Let's see. And did you come up with any new? Well, that's probably a new technique that you used. Anything else that you had never done before that you did to build this one?
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't used the Roberts before. That was new. I hadn't used the micro clear to stretch to make windows. That was really, really unique because I didn't want the insides of the windows to have an oversized piece of clear styrene that you could see. So I was like, how do I make clear glazing for each of those panes of windows? And I did some research and I came across that product and it worked surprisingly well. I didn't think it would work on windows that big, but it did.
Okay, cool. Let me see if we got anything else coming in here. I don't think so. I guess, somebody asked if you do any modeling when you're on the road. Do you take a kit with you to build things, or?
Yeah, I actually have. I have had a lot of success in my career modeling on the road. Usually take like a shoebox full of things with me on a trip somewhere and be able to do that way. If anybody's ever read the Rod Stewart things where he would do it during concerts, right? After his warm-up set, but before the show, he'd do modeling. Like it's pretty easy. You could fit it all in a shoebox and take it with you.
Yeah. And it kind of gives you something to be done with whatever happened the rest of the day, I suppose. Yeah. All right. Cool. I think that's all we found here. So thank you very much for joining us, Jeff. It was a great presentation. I had already seen it when you did it up in Eastern Canada. Yep. I'm going to have to go back and look at it again because it goes by pretty quick. But thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me, Ed.
All right. You're welcome. Now we're going to move on to a tip and trick on securing coupler pockets.
Good operation requires good functioning couplers, and good functioning couplers require the pocket covers to be secure. Almost all current models have coupler pocket covers secured with screws. That wasn't always the case, and sometimes the old friction fit or snap fit covers would drop off and the couplers would be lost. Many of us still have the older cars on our rosters. This mini clinic will show a method of securing coupler pocket covers on these older cars. Among the manufacturers with friction fit coupler pocket covers were Walthers, Proto 2000, AccuRail, Red Caboose, and Branchline. This particular model is a Proto 2000 gondola that has the added detail of a cut lever glued to the pocket cover. Not wanting to remove the detail, the pocket cover was supported on a milk bottle cap. Next, use a flush cutting tool to remove the retention pin on the pocket cover. Do not smooth the rough edges left at the circumference of what's left of the pin. Their presence will be helpful in the next step. Using a push pin or modeler's awl, mark the center point of the retention pin. That center point should be easily eyeballed. Next, drill a 0.016 pilot hole through the center point and incrementally work your way up to the clearance hole for the screw that will be used to secure the coupler pocket cover. 1x72 screws seem to work most often, but not always. In some cases, 0x80 screws were appropriate. The clearance drills were number 48 for 1x72 and number 52 for 0x80. Now the rough edges from the cutting and drilling can be filed smooth. Lastly, the coupler pocket cover can be secured. Proto 2000 gondola pocket needs no further preparation. The pin receptacle is the tap size for a 1x72 screw. So place the coupler pocket cover in position and use the screw itself to tap the hole. The shortest 1x72 screw I could find was 1/8 inch, a touch too long. With the addition of one washer, the pocket cover was perfectly secured. Sometimes the coupler pocket cover comes off with a broken retention pin remaining in the coupler pocket itself. I've had this happen when attempting to pop the cover for coupler maintenance. Little did I know the coupler pocket cover had been glued into position. With a couple additional steps, we can be back in business. Find the center of the retention pin in the pocket cover and drill the 0.016 inch pilot hole. Then place the pocket cover in position over the pocket and continue that pilot hole into the pin segment left in the pocket. Next, incrementally work up to the tap drill in the pocket for the selected screw size and up to the clearance size in the pocket cover. Replace the pocket cover and add the screw plus one washer just as before. The old Athearn Blue Box kits had metal snap-fit coupler pocket covers. Last year, Ed O'Connell showed how to secure the pocket covers with a 2x56 screw using the A-line bullseye jig. Long before those jigs were available, I used 0x80 screws to secure the pocket covers. Other than sometimes needing to remove the trucks, no disassembly of the model is needed when securing the Athearn pocket covers as preventive maintenance. A centering pin extends from the coupler pocket through a hole in the metal pocket cover. Mark the center on that pin, drill a 0.016 inch pilot hole, and again incrementally work up to the tap size for a 0x80 screw. Lastly, add a 1/8 inch screw, one washer, and done. Adding a bit of flat black paint will hide the screw. Here's to reliable coupler operation. Thank you for watching.
That was an interesting trick and tip. Next, we have a model showcase for you. There'll be several of these during the 4 days. This is work that's done by members of the NER who've sent this in to us for you to see. We'll run that. Following that, we'll hear from our first roundtable panel, and we'll hear a discussion around building layouts in small spaces, which a lot of us have to do, especially as we age a little bit and end up downsizing and don't have the big basement anymore. Be sure to put your questions for the panel in the chat. That discussion will be led by Heath Hurwitz. Here's the model showcase.
Welcome to the 2024 NERx Model Showcase. Over the course of all 4 nights, you will have the opportunity to see all the models submitted for the showcase. Sit back and enjoy Part 1. These New York Central HO scale diner cars were designed and 3D printed by Mark Sklar of the Hudson Berkshire Division. The cars were built in 4 pieces: the body, undercarriage, interior tables with kitchen, and diaphragms. The undercarriage brake gear, tanks, generator, battery boxes, bolsters, and more were all 3D printed as one piece. Like the undercarriage, the dishes, chairs, and everything else on the table was 3D printed as one piece for the interior. A chrome paint fine point marker was used to color the silverware and water pitcher. The trucks are Walthers Type 2411 heavyweight 6-wheel passenger trucks, and the windows are cut from microscope glass cover slides. Interior lights were designed and built to be flicker-free using LEDs. Wire handrails were added after painting. The next 2 HO scale cars were from the late Jim Height's collection and commemorate the founding of the NER in 1946. They are mainline kits produced for the NER for its 1964 regional convention. Buyers were asked to assemble the kit and enter it into a special contest at the convention. In addition to the box car, you could also order just the car sides. This car was likely constructed from those car sides. The modeler inserted additional car side material to extend it. The next 2 cars came from the father of a friend of Ed O'Rourke's. The father recently passed in his late 90s and Ed's friend gave him these cars. Note that it is 40 years later and is Model Railroader's 90th anniversary. This is the NMRA convention car from 1969 when the convention was held in Minneapolis. All 4 of these cars are in the possession of Ed O'Rourke, a master model railroader from the Central New York Division. This is the first kit bash by Dennis Colucci, a member of the Hudson Valley Division, an N-scale Amtrak E8 number 4316. It began as a lifelike Union Pacific E8. Using styrene and modeling putty, he filled the porthole windows and lower headlight. Then he shaved and sanded off the molded-on grills, bathed the shell in alcohol to remove the existing paint, and painted it black. Replacement etched grills were added along with other details. Finally, fusion-scale graphics decals brought the locomotive to the state it is in now. And that's it for Part 1 of the NERx Model Showcase. Part 2 of the showcase will air tomorrow evening.
NERx, we've got 4 nights of content for everybody. For the next 50 minutes, I am going to get to host a little discussion that we're going to have on building layouts in small places. I've got 3 other people joining me. We all happen to live in New York, but you do not have to be a New Yorker to have a small layout. So let's actually start with Joey. If you just introduce yourself, let us know a little bit about what you model and what you like about the hobby.
Yeah, hey, I'm Joey. I model primarily in HO scale. Stuff all around me here. Yeah, I like to mostly concentrate on like switching and things like that, things that occupy my brain power. Mostly, I'm getting into structures lately too as well.
Andy?
Oh, I'm Andy Estep. I live in Manhattan, and I'm an O-scaler, one of the few, I think. I have a very small layout. It's just kind of a switching layout, and I think of small layouts as like a big layout, but you don't have to move anywhere. You can just stay in one place, and the trains come to you.
Andreas?
Hi everyone, my name is Andreas Werder. I live in Manhattan and I model in N-scale. I like designing urban structures and scenery, and my current layout features the West Side High Line and it has both a street level and an elevated level of tracks. I love N-scale because it does not require to go in such detail, and it allows more comprehensive sceneries, albeit in a smaller scale. And with space limited, I've never been that much interested in operations. I'm more a builder of models.
Andrea, you mentioned N-scale and the space that you have. How much actual physical space do you have for your current setup?
My current layout is an L-shape layout with each side approximately 8 feet long and 2 feet deep. So that gives me a sizable, small space layout. But of course, I mean, if I had more space, I would take more.
Did you have to negotiate for your space? And how did you negotiate for the space you were able to get?
I mean, I think it was more a matter of what is available, and with my stepdaughter at some point going to college and then getting her own apartment, we had we got quite a relief in terms of space, so it is easier now. I'm using currently what used to be our former TV room, and that's big enough. So, but I didn't have to really negotiate. I think my wife is really understands the needs of our hobby, and she's also seeing the results of our hobby. She is also happy that we can do something nice and productive.
That's fantastic. And I just realized as everybody was introducing themselves, we actually have representatives from N-scale, HO scale, and O scale that are all working on small layouts. Joe, you want to tell us a little bit about what layout space you do have currently?
Sure. Yeah, I just realized that I'm the only one here that's not in Manhattan. I'm actually in Syracuse, New York, which is straight in the middle of the state, out by wine country. Yeah, so the space I have to work with is a shared space. I do woodworking down here. My wife has some stuff over here. So the amount of space I have is kind of limited. Everything down here is on wheels, so I can rearrange things. Actually, this is the only thing that's not on wheels. It's on the wall. And the space I have for layouts is I have a layout. I have 2 of them currently. They're both switching layouts. One of them is on casters. It's 20 inches by 80 inches. And it has some drop-down staging on each side, so I can have stuff coming in and out. And then this one up here is 15 inches deep by 19 and a half feet that way, which sounds like a lot, but it's navigating through other things. So it's really not a whole lot of space. I got to go by the stairs and all kinds of things. So I make do with what I have. And so I mostly just do switching at the moment. I'd like more space because I have some bigger dreams, but until that happens, I make do with what I have, and I enjoy it. I really like the switching around and operations type stuff. So if there's things moving, I'm having fun with it.
So Andy, as the O scaler of the group, I'm guessing that you have probably the biggest space of all of us to work with.
No. My layout is on top of my bookshelf, and it's about 11 feet long, and 3 of those feet are kind of just kind of staging, unscenic area that I can move things around, get ready to send out the next train. I do O scale, but I prefer smaller prototypes. I like the size of it, but I like 19th century things, so those tend to be much smaller. And I even do some British prototypes, and the British, like a British boxcar could be 20 feet long in O scale, but that's the same length as a 40-foot car in HO scale. So I could accommodate smaller, a bigger train, a smaller prototype, and I definitely prefer the smaller prototype to the big one. Yeah, my layout is not big at all, and I have to stand on a ladder to really operate it because it's over 7 feet high in the air.
Was the limitation of space, Andy? This is following up on what you were talking about, but did the limit of your space impact what you modeled? I mean, you mentioned that you could do a 20-foot, British car. So did you choose the British cars because of your limited space, or did it just happen to all come together?
I don't know. I've always really liked 19th century stuff, and it doesn't matter what country it's from. I just think that the design was interesting, and it's alien and different. Things don't look like that now anywhere. So I've always liked that. I grew up in the DC area, and they had a lot of old steam engines that you could see in the museums there, or go up to Baltimore and see the B&O museum. So I liked that, like brightly colored steam engines and strange flailing around things that don't really like paths not taken really, or kind of moving towards where things ended up later. I really I've always found myself drawn to that.
I'm going to ask a little bit of a loaded question, and I know the answer from two of you. I'm not sure about the third, but a smaller layout obviously costs less. So does having a smaller space and a smaller layout mean that it helps keep some of the costs down in model railroading for you? Go ahead, Joe. You can answer first.
No, not for me. I'm also kind of a collector as well. So overall, in the hobby, it's not really less expensive for me, but that's by choice. But when it comes to the layouts that I am modeling, it has saved some money, yes. Especially this one here. There is no scenery on this one. It is strictly just for switching and operations, and it's done, and it's perfect. Like, I don't need to do anything else to it. It doesn't need anything else. Everything is done. So, and it's also temporary. I can take it out in 4 sections. So whenever I move, I can take it with me.
Fantastic. What's the biggest challenge of having a smaller layout?
Well,
any of you. Andy, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I mean, I think there's a bit of a stigma against it. I mean, you open a hobby magazine and you see a large layout. I love operating on large layouts. I think, I mean, who doesn't? They're big, and you can imagine walking through the world that they've created. But a smaller layout, yes, it's limited, but you can spend time working on it. So if I needed a 40 car train for a large layout, I wouldn't necessarily have time to work on all 40 cars. That might take me several years to build 40 cars. But for a small layout, for just a handful of cars, I could actually make those cars, and the enjoyment of the time making those cars would, to my mind, outweigh having those 40-foot cars that I just purchased.
Andreas, what are some of your bigger challenges with limited space?
It's not so much limited space as it is for me living in Manhattan, is not being able to do anything you want that produces noise or fumes or whatever. So it has a big impact on the choice of tools you use. For instance, I don't have a circular saw or like a sander or so, and I'm not working with styrofoam because that would be incredibly messy in a smaller apartment. And that is not so much the layout size that is really impacting it. It's more how you build it. You have to. I would call this. I'm a low impact modeler, right? Like you choose tools that are that are smaller, that have less of an environmental impact, maybe, that don't make that much noise, don't make vibrations, for instance. And that's what in the end determines the way you build the layout. For instance, I would use much smaller modules. I mean, make smaller modules instead of an HO modeler with unlimited space would use 1x4s for the L girder. I use 1x2s or 1x3s, just as an example, where I say that I wouldn't use styrofoam. Painting is another issue that's painful. Basically, you can't use solvent-based paint in an apartment, right? So I don't have a garage. I can't go out and paint outside. So I use airbrush and I use acrylic paint, and that really determines the way I build my layout, not so much the space.
Now, Andreas, you do, or I should say, like, I know you from a lot of your laser cutting work that you do. How has having a laser cutter in your space affected your modeling?
Yeah, that's actually a good point. I mean, I should have made a caveat. No, I have a big tool that's a desktop laser cutter, which has the size of a big laser printer, right? And it has a work area of about 12 by 12 inches, which is fairly large. And I happen to be able to place it next to a window, because you need to have an air hose and a strong fan to extract the fumes. If you don't have that, if you are not in such a lucky situation, then you better don't buy a laser cutter. There are solutions available. There are extractors available for indoor, but I'm not sure. I'm not convinced that what they produce at the end, when they have filtered out all the fumes, whether they are really clean enough. But yeah, I mean, I must really say in that respect, I'm very lucky that I can run a laser cutter.
So is a lot of your modeling then on the computer and doing it sort of virtually, and then once you know what you want, converting it into a piece of art?
Yes, yeah, definitely. And maybe another thing, the size of the desktop laser cutter limits me to N scale. I mean, I probably could do some HO scale too, but then when you use HO scale, you use thicker. For instance, MDF, you use a 1/4 inch MDF instead of or 1/8, and I'm using 1/16. So you need stronger, bigger machines, right? So again, there is a limitation, and that works much better for N scale than for HO or O scale. In terms of the laser cutter, I have to mention that this should not turn off people who want to design scratch build structure on their own. They can use services, right? You don't need, in Manhattan, we have several services that could laser cut for you if you don't have a laser cutter, just to as an FYI.
Yeah. So speaking about using a laser cutter to build kits that don't exist out there in the world, I know, Joe, you've gotten into laser cutting. I'd say both feet all the way in. How is having a laser cutter enhanced your modeling?
It's actually changed it quite a bit. So before, I was always just kind of hemming and hawing about, well, I guess I could get this kit, or I could try to build it and do all these other things, or grab all the plastic. And I just, that's not really me. I'm also a woodworker, so I like to work with wood. And I was turned on to laser cut wood kits a little while back. And I thought, well, hey, I could get a laser cutter and I could build my own things that are perfect for me, for my layout. And so that's what I started doing. I bought a desktop laser cutter. It's a CO2 machine. It's 12 by 20, so it's got a little bit more powerful laser, so I can do that 1/8 inch MDF that you were talking about, but for HO scale, so I can do these larger things. That's the scale that I model in. And it's really freeing. So I could see, I drive around my town like, hey, that would be a great building. I could use that trackside. And so I take pictures of the building. I pull out my measuring tape. It's always in my car. And as long as I'm not getting in trouble on someone's property or whatever, or if I can't get too close, I'll just take pictures from different angles, and I'll go home and I'll measure it all out, construct it all in the virtual world, cut it out, and put it together as a 3D printed model. It's fantastic. It's a lot of fun. I would highly encourage anyone that's interested in creating their own sort of kits or buildings or any sort of scratch building, not just with wood. You can do other things. Cardstock, it cuts really, really well. You'd be surprised how quickly a laser can go through cardstock. But it's very, like I said, it's very freeing. Your creativity, I think my creativity has soared quite a bit. Now when I look at things out in the world, I think I can do that. I just need to figure out exactly how. And for me, that's the fun, is the process of going through and figuring something out. Like that's probably my most favorite thing about any hobby, especially this one, is the process of going through it and discovering all the fun ways to make things something out of nothing.
Yeah. So Andy, you mentioned with your layout that it was up on a bookshelf. Do you have some space at home where you can do some modeling, or are there places like outside of your home that you can go to do some kit building?
Well, I do have a club that I joined in New Jersey called the New York Society of Model Engineers, which is in Carlstadt, New Jersey, and I'm able to take the Port Authority bus from Port Authority Midtown. Takes me about 15 minutes to get there, and they have a substantial shop with a lathe and everything you would need to make a model, like a spray booth and all kinds of machine tools. So initially that was why I joined that club, is so I would have a space that I could model in, and as well as a space to run bigger trains, because they have a big layout. So but at home I do have a Cricut machine, which it's kind of a vinyl cutter, but it does cut cardboard and it cuts plastic, so I can make car sides on it. And then I have 2 living rooms in my apartment, and the second living room it's kind of been taken over with I don't know, shop stuff. So I have a bandsaw, and in O scale you kind of need those big wood tools sometimes. So
Getting back to a question I asked Andreas, you mentioned you've taken over the second living room. Was there negotiations, or how did that kind of come to be your hobby space? Andy?
Oh, me? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yes.
I thought you were talking to Andreas. I don't know. It just happened. I have 3 kids and a wife, and there's always projects going. So we have like the clean living room and the messy living room, and yeah, it's a balancing act. So especially over COVID. I mean, that was the people we realized I realized my daughter hadn't gone outside in 3 weeks, so it was hard in the city when we were shut in like that.
So it's not just a lack of modeling space; it's a lack of living space as well when they start piling up on each other.
Yeah, everything is a swing space. You can take it out and do something else there. So
yeah. So Andreas, you were talking a little bit about ventilation and about painting. Do you have like a paint booth set up so that you can paint, or like what are you using for painting?
No, I don't. I'm using the kitchen. We have a fairly large kitchen, and we have a pretty good fan. So, and I use, as I said, I use mostly airbrush. I don't use solvent-based paint. When I use solvent-based paint, sometimes, even though I cannot always avoid it, right? So I have to do it outside of a window, or we have a service door. I also can do it towards the staircase in the back through the service door, but I don't like to do it. But and then in the kitchen when I do it, of course you have I wear a mask. I have a P95 mask, so even if you have overspray, that is, you don't breathe it in. And with acrylics, it's not, it's not as bad as solvent-based paint anyway. But yeah, it's like, and having to, kind of work in the kitchen means that I have to set up the airbrush every time I want to paint something. It's not so I can't go into a workshop room and everything has been already set up, and I don't even have to clean it up. That's different when you use a shared space, right? Like even a shared living room, as Andy just said. You have to clean up after yourself, but such is life.
Because you're working with limited space and building smaller layouts, do you have, and this is for anybody, but do you utilize storage spaces or other spaces to keep stuff when you're not working on it?
When there's room, I go vertically. It's
Yes.
I know you're familiar with that, but yeah, I have like my storage space for all my model related stuff is under the layout over there, or it's on top of the layout on that one. And so that's kind of like, I have to go vertically. I just don't, because everything else revolves around me being able to roll things around, and I can't roll things around if boxes are in the way or something.
Yeah. Andy, do you have any extra storage anywhere?
I don't have extra. Well, the
Are
family
you allowed
has.
to talk about any of the storage that you have?
I'm not sure. They're standing right there. These shelves behind me, there's double layers of books. If I pull these books out, there's another row of books behind it. That's a big part of my hobby is researching. So yeah, storage is a big issue sometimes. But yes.
Yeah. So like Andreas, I know you built a I think it's a C&J Hudson layout, and if I understand correctly,
The C&J Bronx terminal.
Yeah, and if I understand correctly, that's
Bronx
actually
terminal,
currently in
like
storage.
Exactly, yeah, but it's in our house. It's in the basement. We have a storage room, which is not the best solution because it's I don't know exactly how the climate is. It can vary between relatively warm and humid in summer and cold in the winter. And I'm actually horrified. I want to bring up that layout again. It's only a 4x4 table layout, but I'm worried that it took damage while it was down there. Even though I packed it very well, I just wrapped it in saran wrap, and I hope it's still usable at some point.
Yeah, I hope so too. I've seen the photos, but I haven't seen it in person. Somebody was asking, have you come up with any ways to save space, such as like using manual throws versus electric? And is there any like efficiencies with the layout that you're building because of the space constraints?
I use only manual throws on my layout because I don't even have a bench fork. It's literally sitting on top of the bookshelf. So I wouldn't have, unlike your layout, which has electric throws, I don't have space for that. So it's all manual.
Yeah. Andreas?
Well. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Joey.
Oh, yeah, I have all spring-loaded switches. That's just my style. I imagine that my finger is the, conductor going over there and manually throwing it. So
you actually walk the conductor down and then.
Yeah. I just walk him down and whistle while I'm walking.
Yeah. Andreas, any thoughts from you?
Yeah, so I most of my turnouts are hand laid. I'm using the fast track methodology, and so because they don't have two states usually, you have to, I prefer to use electrical switches. Like I use servos actually with either I built the brackets by myself or use some 3D printed brackets. What I did actually attempt to use bullfrog, hand driven switches, but but that was, I did not have enough space because I wanted to use this for the street level track on my current West Side Highway, West Side Railroad project, and the street level track is very close to the front, and for the Bullfrog you need some space, and I had to do basically a U-turn, and that wouldn't work. That there was too much friction, and I had to replace them by again servo driven switches or switch machines, and I like to use DCC anyway, so that's not a problem. Even if I model 1950s era, I mean, everything is thrown electrically.
So I've seen it twice now. A couple people were asking for my story. I feel like I talk about myself all the time, so I was trying to give a little bit more of the floor to these other gentlemen, but a little bit about my situation. I grew up with model trains, but then I moved to New York, and space was always an issue. And I have a 1-bedroom apartment, and in 2019, my girlfriend asked if she could have a Christmas tree, and I said, well, can I put a train around it? And that little loop of track became this whole thing because I got on YouTube and I saw a Luke Towan video, and the next thing I know, I'm pouring water and making it got out of control very quickly. When the pandemic hit, I was laid off, so I had a lot of free time, and I spent a lot of time building modules. I got into T-track modules because I thought, model railroading was trains going in a circle, and that was very important to me to be able to build a circle. And I started taking over too much space. So the negotiation became, why don't you try and find another space and rent another space? So like Andreas mentioned, he has some storage space in his building. My building has some storage spaces, but we also have some commercial spaces. So I have spent a good portion of my career working from home. So I rented this office with the intention that it would be a work from home space, as well as a space for me to model. And at the time, I thought I was just going to have a loop of track behind me, and that was going to be the extent of it. It's now about 3 years later, and I don't really know what happened, but things kept growing. As Joey said, things have grown vertically, and there's O scale and G scale that runs around the room, and I've got a N scale switching layout behind me that I am currently working on, and it's definitely a process. But I had a lot of preconceived notions that I couldn't be a real model railroader because I didn't have a 40 by 40 foot basement. And my experience of model railroading was, the larger the better. And if you just had a piece of track with one train on it running back and forth, well, then you're not a model railroader because you don't have 5,000 trees on your layout, and you don't have 12 to 15 people that come over every weekend and run your layout. So I've gotten really into layouts that don't have to run in a circle. Trains can just go from point to point, and I've just been really enjoying it. And for me, model railroading has been a creative outlet that I hadn't been able to experience in a long time. I think partly because I lived in New York, and I like working with my hands. There's not a lot of space to necessarily do that, and model railroading has been a great aspect of creativity and just sort of an outlet of creativity for me. Once I got rid of this whole thing about, I can't be a model railroader because I don't have the space. So I guess I'll open that up to the rest of the gentlemen that are here as well, and kind of ask, like, did you ever think like you couldn't be, or that you weren't a model railroader because you didn't have the typical space or the typical, things that you saw in the magazines or on, videos?
Well, I mean, I never had a large space. I really prefer urban life, and I think my reaction was, well, there's other places where people are model railroaders who don't have giant basements. What if I looked at their models, and I'm sure they've solved a lot of these issues already. People who live in other countries, Japan, or England, that they have much smaller spaces, so their model railroads tend to be much smaller. So I looked at what they were doing. I thought that was an interesting way to solve the same problem that I'm having as a model railroader. But I mean, in Manhattan, I ride a train every day.
Yeah.
I ride the train a couple times a day to go to work, and it's the same gauge. The subway train is the same gauge as the freight train that other people see once or twice a day. In other parts of the country, it's every 7 minutes there's a train.
I didn't understand freight trains because I grew up on the Northeast Quarter, and then I came to New York City. So I thought trains were passenger trains, and I thought that's what that's what it was. So Andreas, what is model railroading for you?
Well, just to go back to your question before, I never felt like inferior as a modeler because I'm not having the vast space that other people have, but other modelers have, and also because we can build things that are as amazing, maybe not as large, but we can build. You can build nice cars, as Andy has done. I'm building structures, and you can take photos that look as cool as anyone with a big can do with a big HO layout, right? So I don't compare myself directly to the size of the models that other people have, and so I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, Joey, any thoughts from you?
Yeah, so I had growing up, my first introduction to model railroading was from my father. We had a trainer on the tree, and then he helped me build a layout, which was a 4x8 sheet of plywood down in the basement. And I thought that was the smallest real layout you could have, was a 4x8 sheet, because he had friends that were into model railroading, and their railroads took up their entire basement. So the one guy he's been friends with since high school, they're in a band together still. His basement is nothing but trains. It's like you go down there and you are immersed in this gigantic layout. And I thought, well, that's what I need to do if I need to get into model railroading. And then I fell out of it for various reasons, and came back to it recently in the last 8 years or so. And I realized that, hey, I actually don't really need all that space, because YouTube was helpful for me in knowing that, hey, I can actually do like a small switching layout, and I can get my fix in, right? And I can whet my appetite that way. And over time, I can grow, I can learn and get bigger and bigger if I need to. But I started realizing, hey, well, I don't really need this massive empire. I'd still like a little bit more space to do what I want to do, but and I'm working on my own freelance railroad right now, and I have this story in my head about what I wanted to do, and it kind of gets out of hand. Like, oh, I can't go that big because it's too much. The nice thing about having a small space is it kind of forced me to select one aspect of that story and just focus on that. And so like the next layout I'm going to build, hopefully relatively soon once I figure out housing arrangements, but it's a freelance railroad, like I was saying, but it's one specific part of that railroad, and then I'm just going to focus all my energy on that. And it's not going to be very big. It's actually only going to be a single industry, but I get to tell all of that story with just this one thing, because all the story provides the context for why this thing is there. And so that to me is really enjoyable. So you can pack a lot of information and fun into a small space, and it can fit within a grander scale of things. So if you think, well, this is part of a larger railroad, and just like being trackside at any moment in time, you can't see the whole railroad. You see what's in front of you. So that's the way I picture it. It's like, well, this is what's in front of me, and this is how I'm experiencing this railroad, because I come here every day on the way to work, or whatever the story happens to be. And you can enjoy it that way and really explore that scene.
I think, Joey, you made a good point, and I would totally agree with that. You know, when you have a limited space, you need to plan more. You need to better understand before you start into building a new layout what you want to do with that limited space. Whereas if I had a large room, I probably wouldn't know every detail to over that large space. I would just start. We can't do that with small space, and that's for anyone who's watching that video. That is very important for you. If you don't like planning, don't plan something in a small space, and make sure you have enough space. You don't need to plan.
Yeah, I spent a long time developing the story that I want to tell, and part of the irony is the first shelf that you can kind of make out is all circus stuff. And when I finally pared down the layout to what I thought I could build in this space with the time that I would have in this space, modeling the circus, unfortunately, was something that I didn't include because I knew I wouldn't be able to do it justice with what I have available. So I tweaked my story, and like Joey talked about, I got more into certain details of certain things and left out other things. So the circus on the layout that I'm building is, up north of the layout. So that the train may go through the layout, but it doesn't stop on this layout in particular. Speaking about like making sort of smaller dioramas and smaller pieces, has anybody gotten into specific modular standards or modular modeling in general?
I've been interested in it, but I've never followed it because there's no groups around that do it immediately close by. I don't think I could. I don't have a car. I couldn't transport it. I don't know. It's not a solid answer, but
no, I mean it was a similar thing for me. As I got into T-Tracks, I went to one T-Track group meeting, but it was so far to get to, I wouldn't have been able to actually even get my modules there. So my layout is kind of modular in that I built it so that it can be taken apart and moved, but it's not like a modular standard of any sort. So yeah, I don't think, Andreas, you don't do any modular standard either, right? I mean, I think we're all.
No.
I started to.
I'm pretty much in the same position as you mentioned, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I almost think for me that building within my space has, I wouldn't say forced me, but I've made the choice not to do modules because of the space that I actually have, right? I don't have neat rectangles of space and stuff like that. So I kind of had to, work around different elements and different things as well. Joey, we have a question for you, and I guess too for Andreas. How steep is the learning curve with the design software to, go from an idea to a design to actually get it to cut out?
It's drawing lines.
Well,
at the end of the day,
yeah, and
it depends. I'll let you go.
I think
Andreas,
people,
how steep is the learning curve with the
a
design
lot of people
software
compare it
to,
3D, and I would say if you have the choice between laser cutting and 3D printing, then the learning curve for 2D, like two-dimensional design, which you need for laser cutting, is much easier. It's much faster. The concepts are somewhat similar, but you do not have the third dimension. And the third dimension in 3D design adds a lot of complexity. And but there's another thing I would like to say. Even if you are sophisticated, if you know how to deal with computer programs, applications, or so, there's one thing you need to know. You need to know how you're building or whatever you do, or maybe even a car or even an engine that you're trying to design. You need to have plans. You need to have measurements, right? You can't just sit down and start drawing. You have to have a good idea in terms of what's the shape, what's the size, and then you can, and what's even the internal structure, how is it built, and then you can do it. So, and that's, by the way, that's something you don't even need, the software, or maybe what I usually start with before I go designing Inkscape is I have a big Excel spreadsheet where I have all the measurements, and because I'm designing structure, I go actually on site and take measures. I have a laser meter that allows me to at least, for instance, to measure window sizes from which I can infer the other building dimensions.
Yeah. Joey,
Sorry,
anything you wanted to add?
Maybe you.
Just kind of piggybacking of what Andreas said there. A lot of everything that I do starts with a photo of an actual place, an actual building, whether it's a photo I took or something I find online. Most of the stuff I'm building is I literally drive around and I find stuff that I like. There's a lot of interesting trackside structures where I live. So I'm literally going to the place, taking the time, and it's fun. Like that part to me is fun. When the learning curve when it comes to, like, say, the software is really, it all depends on what kind of software you've used in the past. So if you've used anything like Adobe Illustrator or even like CAD program, things like that, those are really useful to have knowledge of, because I use Lightburn, and it's basically a CAD program. So it's all 2D. And don't let 2D throw you off. Like, you can create some magnificent things in 3D using all these 2D shapes you're creating. So think of it just like a 3D puzzle that you're making. But again, back to the software, there's free versions of these things out there. You can try it, play around with it, find a photo of something you like, or model your house or whatever it happens to be wherever you live, and just start practicing with it and seeing if you like it. If you get really frustrated with software, well, it may not be your thing, but maybe there's somebody that really loves it, and you can kind of work together with that. So if you find someone else that's into maybe the design aspect, and you're more of like the cutting person and the assembly person, that would be a great relationship to have. I happen to enjoy both. I've been doing it most of my adult life, so for me, it was a no-brainer. But I would say try it out. Just pick software. Like, I don't know if Inkscape has a free version or not, or if it's free altogether. I know Lightburn has a free trial you can do. There's also some other ones out there. You can even do it in Paint, as long as you can export it to like an SVG or even a bitmap. That's something that a laser cutter can actually utilize and engrave or cut with. So any sort of program that can do that, and just let your imagination kind of.
Or PowerPoint, for instance.
Yeah, anything that can export
some
those.
People may know PowerPoint.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can't create an SVG, but I think you can create a PDF which you could use for laser cutting.
Yeah, you can use it as like an engraving, so you can just engrave the image, right? And then you can kind of go from there.
So Ralph Renzetti was asking about rabbit holes. It sounds like laser cutting can definitely become a very deep rabbit hole for modeling. I know I get myself into some very, very deep rabbit holes where sometimes I just need to start to try something because I'm so far down in the rabbit hole. I can't make a decision anymore. Andy, you mentioned books, and that you have a lot of books. Is that one of your rabbit holes?
It's the rabbit hole. There's all this history and all of these places, and each place has an entirely different history. And yes, you can definitely spend a lot of time doing research to the point of paralysis. So yes, I'm that's a big part of the hobby for me, is the research and finding things, especially if I'm looking for a specific car or a specific thing. Yes.
Yeah, I know Andreas was talking about, how because we have limited space, we do kind of have to plan things out. We don't have a lot of extra space for extra stuff. So
yeah.
I don't know if we're limited in the number of rabbit holes we can go down because of our space, or if the rabbit holes are actually deeper because we end up doing so much research before we actually do anything because of the limited space.
Maybe that's the hobby. The hobby is the rabbit hole. I'm a rabbit hole creator, and I model railroad on the side.
Exactly.
I find that the quickest way for me to get out of a rabbit hole is to recall what my original intent was for that project and say, okay, wait a minute, what was my reason for doing this?
Yeah.
And then I'm like, okay, all right, laser focus. Inevitably, I'll get sucked into another rabbit hole, but I just remember what was my original intent, and that's how I get projects done these days.
Yeah, for me, I'll spend a month trying to figure out how to wire something and then realize, oh yeah, my goal was just to run a train, and I haven't run a train yet. So sometimes you just have to do things. We've got about 5 minutes left. I do want to take a second and let you guys say, like, are you out there in social media, or what are you guys up to if people want to see more about your modeling or what you're working on, or any of that sort of stuff? Andy, do you want to kick us off with that?
Well, we've started the newest NMRA special interest group, and we just got our status today. The Manhattan Modelers, a group that is focused on small layouts and urban life, I guess. I don't know how, Andreas or Heath, you could clarify my words.
I would say Manhattan Modelers is just about having a social group to kind of discuss some of the things that we've discussed here and some of the things that we deal with as modelers with small spaces. You don't have to be in Manhattan, obviously, to join. And anybody that wants to join, we're more than happy to have people to support smaller style layouts, or smaller style modeling of various different things. Andy, do you know the website?
I don't have the card on me. You know it.
I do. I know.
But it's a big city, and it's hard to find other modelers. So
if you go to manhattanmodelers.com, we also have a Facebook group, Manhattan Modelers, but we are an NMRA SIG now.
As of today.
I think technically as of late last night, but yes, we're a brand new NMRA SIG, so that's a lot of fun as well. Andreas, do you have any online places, or if people want to get to know you a little bit more, where to go? Oh, Andy,
I do have a blog. I'm not really.
Sorry, I just want to say Andy also has a YouTube channel, and he's a little modest about it. It's called Estepandy Projects, ESTEPANDY Projects. So you can find he does a lot of really amazing railroad history type videos and sort of railroad exploration videos that are really neat. So
thank you.
Andreas, sorry about that. You were saying you have a website?
I do have, yeah, I have a website with a blog and lots of photos where I document my projects. It's called harlemrivercrossways.com. I don't know if it's written down somewhere here, but you would find me through the Manhattan Modelers as well, I guess, or on NMRA Interchange.
Awesome. And Joey, you are known by a different name online. You want to tell us a little bit about who you are and what you're up to?
Yeah, if you go on YouTube and search Late Night Model Railroad, you'll find me there. I just post whatever I'm working on that's railroad related on there.
Yeah, and I love all you guys are so modest. These are like 3 of the most amazing modelers I know, and they're all downplaying their modeling abilities. But I do just want to thank them for being here, and thank everyone for being a part of this conversation. Again, my name is Heath Hurwitz. My existence on social media is through a channel called Human City Junction or Humanity Junction. You can find me around. I'm around Discord, Facebook, YouTube, the NMRA, all over. So thank you so much for having us. We really appreciate it. Please stick around. There's a lot more NERx content over the next 4 days.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you.
All right, how's that? Let's try this again. We're very glad to have you with us. And where was I? Oh, yes. Okay. So NERx comes to you free of charge. You can help keep it that way by going to the NERx website, nerx.org, and hitting the donate button and giving whatever you can give to help the Northeastern region keep these things moving along. No donation is too small. Also, don't forget, while you're over there, to register for the raffle items from our sponsors, Mini Prints and Interactive Hobbies. Follow the link in the feed to register, but you can also register on NERx. Next up, we're going to visit the Rochester Model Railroad Club and the Seneca Valley lines. I have had the pleasure of operating on this layout several times during the Lake Shores Division's ops around the clock. And as a matter of fact, I'm headed over there Saturday and we're going to do it again. They have a number of jobs. It's an old school club layout that they've brought up to date with Digitrax or digital command DCC. They're actually NCR, I think. So it's a beautiful layout. It's been in Railroad Model Craftsman and they've been around for many, many years. So without further ado, let's head on over there and see that. Here's the video. Speed.
Welcome to the Rochester Model Railroad Club, home of the Seneca Valley lines. This year, the club is marking its 85th anniversary since its founding in 1939 as the Kodak City Model Railroad Club. The layout you are about to see was started in 1989, after we had to leave our previous location after celebrating our 50th anniversary. This layout has been featured in Model Railroader magazine in September of 2008 and most recently in the March 2022 issue of Railroad Model Craftsman, pictured here. The layout is located in the basement of a historic church dedicated in 1908, designed by the same architect as the city's New York Central train station that stood from 1914 to 1977. The current station, opened in 2017, which is not too far from the club, contains some design elements of that station. The majority of the layout occupies what was once the multi-purpose room. Using member input for Givens and Druthers, the track plan was designed to be a double-track, continuous run with no grades on the main line, since the running performance of the equipment back then was not as good as what we enjoy today. The layout was specifically designed to maximize the use of the 2,400 square feet available. The club chose to model the Lehigh Valley as they wanted a double-track main line with some local significance. The staging room occupies the former kitchen off the multi-purpose room and was built in 2 phases. Through staging was built first, and stub staging yard was added several years later. Both staging yards are about 26 feet long and contain 13 tracks each. The through staging yard pictured here was completely rebuilt in 2017. There are 6 eastbound and 7 westbound staging tracks. 10 really, because there are 3 more tracks on the other side of the support column. Near future plans involve painting the ties, ballasting the track, and adding simple scenery and background flats to the wall. The 2 tracks closest to the wall form a transfer loop that connects to the yard on the other side of the wall. Pay no attention to the tent cards over the trains. They were the notifications that those trains had been inspected and approved for running during our recent open house. Trains leave the staging yard through access portals cut through the wall. Here at the east end of the yard passes through and under the Seneca Valley Terminal Warehouse, built from several dozen various DPM modular wall sections. Future plans are to disguise the mouse hole on the staging room side with a railroad or highway overpass. Eastbound trains enter the city of Buffalo and pass by the locomotive facilities and yard. Although the Lehigh Valley dieselized early in 1951 and we modeled the later 50s, we still maintain a 12-stall roundhouse and turntable. Diesels are serviced at a 4-track facility. The online yard has arrival and departure tracks, 4 classification tracks, the previously mentioned transfer loop track, and an industrial spur that serves the variety of industries located along the backdrop. Currently, a project is underway to add 2 control panels to the aisle side of the layout at each end of the yard to allow for operations. At the west end of the yard, 2 tracks diverge from the main to access the Lackawanna terminal, while the main line continues along behind it. The terminal building was scratch-built by Lee Janowski, who happens to be a big Lackawanna fan. The 2 tracks leave the main and cross a curved viaduct in front of the terminal that become the 2 through tracks for the butterfly sheltered platforms. There are also 4 stub-ended tracks that serve the station as well. Now you may be thinking, why is there a Lackawanna station on the layout but you model the Lehigh Valley? Well, the simple answer is because we can. And the Lehigh Valley Buffalo station had been demolished in 1955, building what is now Interstate 190. Plus, there weren't many good pictures to model it from. The main lines run behind the terminal building. A pair of F7As powers a manifest freight out of staging, heading west on its way to Jersey City. The eastbound Phoebe Snow leaves the terminal tracks and re-enters the main at Niagara Junction, about to meet a westbound manifest freight powered by a pair of RS3s. The highway overpass behind the boxcars hides the mouse hole that connects to Jersey City on the other side. Caledonia, for a relatively small rural town, was a happening place back in the day. 5 railroads served the community: the Lehigh Valley, the New York Central, Baltimore and Ohio, Genesee and Wyoming, and the Erie all had a presence in Caledonia. During an operation session, Caledonia is the busiest spot on the railroad. The local switcher crew has a lot of work to do gathering and delivering cars for the local customers on both sides of the main line and interacting with several trains that pass through town that pick up and drop off cars. Many of the scenes representative of what was in Caledonia in the 1950s, just not in the right position. The bean plant, scratch-built by the late Ron Kloosterman, has a siding off the main for covered hoppers of beans, while boxcars get served on the other side. There is an interchange track for the B&O in the foreground that has the light-colored ballast. The station building is a Lehigh Valley station kit that was built by the late Bob Hogarth. Further down the line is Caledonia downtown. There's a coal dealer's trestle in the foreground, and behind it is the Masonic Lodge, scratch-built by Tony Higgins. If you were to drive through the town today, you'd see that building standing at the traffic circle with the model on the island in front of it. Rochester Junction occupies the peninsula on the other side of the divider from Caledonia. It was the end of the first phase of construction of the layout in order to get trains running for public display, while the rest of the benchwork was being completed. It's a fairly accurate, although compressed, representation of the area, with the scratch-built truss bridges across the Genesee River, the station, and the interlocking tower. Our branch to the coal mine at Hazleton also diverges at Rochester Junction. The late Bob Hogarth scratch-built the station from plans drawn by member Harold Russell, Master Model Railroader number 14, and published in Model Railroader. Bob also scratch-built the interlocking tower, including a detailed interior, and also modeled the control rods going to each of the turnouts in the scene. The tracks to the right of the station are the Rochester branch of the railroad. Through trains would stop here, and passengers would transfer to a doodlebug for a 13-mile ride up to the city. While only a small portion of the branch is modeled on the layout and it ends at the backdrop, the actual branch ended at the 1905 built terminal located a few blocks away from the club and currently houses a dinosaur barbecue restaurant. On the real Lehigh Valley, Bustitution on the branch line occurred in 1950, and the mainline station lost through service in 1959. The real Rochester Junction station suspiciously burned down on Easter Sunday of 1973. The site of the station is now a paved, 15-mile-long linear park operated by Monroe County. The platform footprint is still there. There's a replica of the freight house that was built as an Eagle Scout project, and there are some old freight cars on some panel track. The eastbound main crosses under Route 96 bridge in Victor, while a coal drag just ascended the branch and awaits the signal to cross the main line with its load of black diamonds. The skewed open-deck truss bridge was scratch-built by the late Dave Mitchell. The branch to Hazleton climbs a roughly 2% grade through Geneva before reaching its named terminus. Geneva is another busy place, although not as hectic as Caledonia. An eastbound passing siding also serves as the industrial lead, serving an icing platform, can manufacturer, scrapyard, fuel oil distributor, a lumber yard, as well as a quarry and asphalt plant. There's a partially hidden westbound passing siding here too, but during operations it's considered the New York Central interchange on one end and the CNJ interchange on the other. Like the previous stations mentioned, this one was also scratch-built by the late Bob Hogarth with the assistance of Eric Johnson. The real building still stands in Geneva and has been converted to apartments, but the tracks are long gone. The branch line nears the end of its climb behind the conveyor house, behind the quarry. Probably considered the signature scene of the layout, the Lehigh Gorge is ablaze in the color of autumn, with thousands of Peter Darling's handmade trees. The trees are made from several pieces of a very fine dried natural product, wrapped with floral tape and covered with a caulking compound before coloring. The long steel bridge was scratch-built using micro-engineering parts and is based on the New York, Ontario, and Western Lion Brook Trestle, which stands in Norwich, New York. The main lines in the foreground skirt the Lehigh River, and Penn Haven Junction is accurately modeled here at the deck bridge that crosses the river. This is the beginning of the westbound passing siding previously mentioned, and serves as the interchange track with the CNJ during operating sessions. Here an NCAB CNJ switcher pushes a cut of cars out to the main for the Lehigh Valley to take it towards their final destinations. After exiting the tunnels, to turn back at the end of the peninsula from the gorge is Allentown Interlocking. Here 2 trains approach the interlocking at Allentown, with Hazleton on the level above. Eastbound trains can enter the access to the west end of the shared siding or the steel mill tracks at Allentown. The coal mine in Hazleton is the end of the branch line. 3 tracks go under the tipple, and trains are built or broken down on the leads in the foreground. Hazleton also has a 2-bay engine house with fuel and sand cars work during an operating session. Occasionally, a boxcar of supplies or machinery will also go to the mine. Hazleton can also reach the western end of the traction line, which you'll see later, through a long track that descends its hill into the town of Ravens Run and can interchange cars with the traction line there. The Bethlehem Steel Complex occupies one side of the aisle. Walther's cornerstone structures were built by the late Bill Vetter, and the hearth furnace was scratch-built by the late Ron Kloosterman. John Razuk's well-known 31-car Ringling Brothers Barnum and Bailey Blue Unit Circus train toured the Seneca Valley lines in the spring of 2023, and it occupied most of the aisle between Allentown and Bethlehem. The rear of the train is still on the crossovers in Allentown, and the locomotives are just past the tower at the east end of the steel mill. The Lehigh Valley route ended in Jersey City. The Jersey City scene you see here uses one of 2 sections of the traction trolley line that were built by the late Ed Van Leer, Master Model Railroader number 2, and salvaged from the previous layout. The other section is the previously mentioned town of Ravens Run, located over the tunnels between Lehigh Valley Gorge and Allentown. While the main layout is operated by an NCE Power Pro system with wireless capability and 4 boosters made in nearby Webster, The trolley traction line is still old school DC. Overhead wire was painstakingly stretched from one end of the line to the other, and the motive power draws its power from it. Both rails serve as the negative side. A short section of rail on the trolley layout below the Jersey City station has the ability to be switched between rail DCC and overhead DC to act as an interchange track during operations. Access via a ramp track behind the engine facilities in Buffalo, trains run underneath the layout to reach the harbor and industrial district of Lower Jersey City. Located here are a car float, waterfront warehouse, a refinery, an appliance manufacturer, a printing plant that is reached via a little bit of street running down an alley track. The long arched truss bridge has also appeared on previous layouts and is scratch built from plastic parts and manila folder material. The main line disappears beneath a roadway overpass and makes its way back to the staging room. Thank you for watching this tour of the Rochester Model Railroad Club's Seneca Valley lines. While the pictures are nice, the layout is best seen in person. Some people have said we're the best kept secret in Rochester. The layout will be open for layout tours and an operating session during the Lakeshores 24 Northeastern Regional Convention coming this September to Rochester. So come see it for yourself. We'll look forward to seeing you then.
Welcome back. So isn't that a fantastic layout? It's just boggles the mind, the stuff that they do there. As I said, I've run there several times, and it's just, every time the job, it's a different job. They do a terrific job. And that layout will be open both for visitation and for ops during the Lakeshores 24 NER convention, which will be coming up this September, along with a number of other really fine layouts. They've also got a whole bunch of other things that you'll hear about in a discussion later on. This is it's going to be a good convention. We're going to enjoy it. So next up, we have a couple of tips and tricks. That's boy, if you've got if you talk much, it's tough. Tips and tricks. One is on copper roofs, and the other is about painting clouds. And then we'll be back and have another clinic.
On many model railroads, the viewer is looking down on the structures of a layout. Because of this, it is important to make your roofs interesting. This can be done with details such as chimneys, piping, machinery, water towers, and more. Textures is another way of making roofs interesting with different types of shingles, corrugated metal, rolled roofing, gravel, and metal-seamed roofing. And with a variety of roofing materials comes a variety of colors. Hello, my name is Chuck Diljack of the Garden State Division, and in this NERx Tips and Tricks segment, I will cover the construction and finish of a copper-seamed roof. As copper ages, it develops a blue-green covering called patina, which happens because of oxidation and sun exposure. There is currently no exact science to predict the color or time frame that patina will occur with copper. In some climates, the patina will turn a rich green. In other environments, it will maintain a dark bronze look for decades. In this image, you can see the various shades of a green patina and brown. This is the look I want to duplicate. The material I like to use is metal roofing from evergreen scale models. It comes in 4 sizes, which are the spacing between the seams or ribs. 3/16 is the smallest and is what I like to use for my HO scale layout. Each package includes a 40 thousandths thick sheet with grooves cut into it. Also included are 10 by 30 thousandths strip styrene that need to be glued into those grooves. Flexifile has a very nice system to help glue the strips into the grooves. This set includes a liquid solvent cement similar to Tenax 7R. There is also a touch and flow tool, which consists of a very fine needle attached to a glass tube. Also included is an applicator bottle, which we will also use. To use the system, remove the touch and flow applicator from its protective package and lay it down in a cradle that prevents it from rolling off the workbench. Remove the cap to the adhesive bottle. Remove the needle applicator from the plastic applicator bottle. Insert the tip of the applicator bottle into the end of the touch and flow applicator. Insert the touch and flow needle into the adhesive bottle and squeeze the applicator bottle. You will see bubbles appear in the bottle of adhesive. Slowly release the applicator bottle, allowing it to pull the adhesive into the tube. Once you have enough adhesive in the tube, leave the tip of the touch and flow needle in the adhesive while removing the applicator bottle. Remove the touch and flow applicator from the adhesive bottle and lay it down horizontally in the cradle. The adhesive will remain in the tube. So here is my roof model. It is a hip roof with 4 panels. I added 40 by 40 thousandths styrene for ridge caps where each panel meets. I also made sure each panel has the grooves aligned where they meet adjoining panels along the ridges. When they align, they look right to your eye. So let's install the styrene strips in the grooves. Be sure to wear nitrile gloves as protection when working with the adhesive. Each of the 10 by 30 thousandths styrene strips were trimmed on one end to match the angle of the roof. This trimmed end will butt up against the ridge caps. To install the strip styrene, touch the applicator to a groove in several places. The adhesive will flow into the groove due to capillary action. Then insert the strip styrene. Continue doing this until all of the strips have been installed and set it aside to cure. Once cured, trim off the ends. Then it is on to painting. The acrylic paints we will use for the roof include an undercoat of roof brown, which will represent the bronze look of copper as it ages. Micromark, an NMRA partner, used to have roof brown in their Microlux airbrush paints as item 29009, but as of this production, it is no longer in their catalog. Since Microlux paints are Vallejo paints rebranded and bottled in larger bottles, I found that Model Railroad Hobbyist identified the equivalent of roof brown in the Vallejo paint line as NATO brown in its Model Air product as item 71.249. The final treatment is a wash made from the Folk Art line of craft paints by Plaid. Wouldn't you know it, they actually have a color called patina, color number 444. You can find this color in most craft stores. To start, the roof was airbrushed the color of roof brown or NATO brown depending on which brand of acrylic paint you have. I suggest also painting scrap pieces of styrene sheet with roof brown to use for testing the consistency of the patina paint before applying it to your model. The patina craft paint will need to be thinned. The thinner it is, the more brown will show through. But if it is too thin, it will run right off the roof model. I use a soft, round brush when applying the paint. A soft, flat brush can be used also. When painting each panel between the ribs, you want to paint the full length of the panel in one brush stroke. Begin by applying paint along the ridge caps, then start with the smallest panels on the ends and work your way to the middle where the panels are longer. If you start with a larger panel and then a smaller one next to it, you may leave a noticeable brush stroke on the larger panel that is not the length of the panel. If any air bubbles appear on the model as a result of thinning the paint or brushing the paint on, just use your brush to pull the air bubble off the model. Keep the roof level as you paint and when letting it dry. Here is the Magnuson Models Firehouse kit that I built and was shown during last year's NERx. You can see all of the roofing details, textures, and colors with the flag, siren, chimney, antenna, rolled roofing, and copper-seamed roofing. In this photo from directly above, you can see the copper-seamed roof more clearly. The patina wash allows the bronze color of the copper roof to show through, just as in the prototype photo shown earlier. And that's it for this Tips and Tricks segment.
So what I'm doing here is just adding some clouds onto the backdrop here. I kind of stipple the paint on. It gives you, if you sort of bring it out that way, it softens the edges, makes it look like some just high wispy clouds, as you can see here. Those are the ones we just did. Here's some from earlier. I also take this, and this is just actually just a lighter blue that I'm using here. Just get a little bit on the brush. And what I do is kind of bring it along this way and then bring it up like so, which just gives it a sense sort of, because this is, again, this is a lighter blue, so when it dries a lighter color. It gives you a sense of maybe a little bit of mist rising there. Let's try a cloud in here just a bit too. The brush is almost dry. They don't look like, you know, these are fair weather clouds, I guess we'd call them. And the paint, the blue paint is almost dry. I just put that on and then come back with this. So you can see how that works there. I think not too bad. Gives you something. When I don't know how much of the mist at the bottom will still show up if I put some background buildings in or anything, but we did this around the whole place. It's subtle. It's not overdone. People have gotten a few comments on it that people thought it looked pretty good. So, you know, we'll see. Yeah, so, you know, it's just to give a final sort of overview of the whole business. You can see, you don't want it to call attention to itself. You don't want people to come in and say, oh, look, what you know, what a beautiful sky backdrop you have, before they say anything about the layout. That wouldn't, you know, that's not what we're looking for. But it gives you a little bit of change here. We'll put a curtain up to mask all this stuff in the back here, of course. But there, you know, it just kind of follows around there. I think it's effective. Also, just to give you an idea what I did with the ceiling, I had the guys come in and they sprayed it all black so that it just kind of disappears. You don't see it, but I didn't have to put up a suspended ceiling, worry about being able to get at any pipes and things that are up there. So I think it works pretty well. We'll, now we can get started on some background scenes a bit here. So maybe next time we'll have a little more to show. Thank you. Welcome back. Next up, we have a clinic by John Faraka, Master Model Railroader, on building the Cranberry Yard Freight House Craftsman Kit. John has been involved in model railroading for over 50 years. He started when he was 2. He earned his MMR in 2019. His HO scale layout, the Stone Canyon Railroad, is complete and has been hosting monthly op sessions for 10 years. John has presented many clinics at the division and region level and enjoys sharing what he has learned with others in the hobby. John, say hello.
Hi, I'm John Faraka, and I guess it's time to say cue the video. Good evening. My name is John Faraka, and I'm going to be presenting a clinic tonight called Building the Cranberry Yard Freight House. This is a craftsman kit, and let's get started. Why build a craftsman kit? Craftsman kits are as close as you can get to a realistic structure. They're challenging to build, but the end result is a highly realistic structure you'll be proud to display on your layout or diorama. I've built over 20 craftsman kits and feel they add a high degree of realism to my layout. Craftsman kits are generally comprised of laser cut wood, strip wood, white metal castings, plastic details, and roofing materials. These parts are unpainted and require some kind of finishing. Some kits also provide cutting templates in the instructions. Craftsman kit pricing ranges from $25 to over $300. There are many manufacturers to choose from. Here are a few: Bar Mills, Laser Art, Carolina Craftsman, Fine Scale Miniatures, Banta, Sierra West, Fuss Scale Models, Branch Line, American Model Builders, Casey's Workshop, just to name a few. Here are a few kits I built for my Stone Canyon HO scale layout. It's 50,000 gallon wood water tank, center hall depot, Witzinger's washboards background kit, creamery warehouse, in this clinic, I'm going to build the HO scale Cranberry Yard Freight House from Bar Mills. This is a small, relatively simple kit to build, yet it requires the same skills to build larger, more complex kits. Let's get started. Here's the entire contents of the kit. Detailed instructions, bags containing laser cut wood, strip wood, white metal castings, corrugated roofing, and signage. Most kits come with highly detailed instructions. It's important that you first read through the instructions thoroughly, at least once. Identify all the parts and make sure there are none missing. Here are some of the materials you'll need: Aleene's tacky glue, CA gel for metal castings, X-Acto knife with a number 11 blade, straight razor blade, small clamps, HO scale ruler, a chopper, square, 600 grit sandpaper, cutting mat, painter's tape, double-sided Scotch tape, and for us older gentlemen, an Optivisor. That's optional. Painting and finishing. Craftsman kits come unpainted. It's highly recommended that you first seal wood surfaces such as walls and roofs. Thin basswood walls will severely warp if painted with water-based paints. I typically prime all sides of wood parts before cutting them out of their sheets. For this, I use flat gray rattle can primer. I've also used clear dull coat. The gray primer works well when I want a weathered appearance to show through the finished color. For finish colors, I use water-based matte acrylics. There are many inexpensive brands and colors available, such as Blick, Craftsmart, and Apple Barrel. Michaels has a large variety of craft acrylic paints. Most are less than $1 each. Weathering supplies. Weathering is an important part of my modeling. For this kit, I went for a fairly heavily weathered effect. I use a combination of pastels, artist tube acrylics, and liquid washes. I use dry brushes to apply the acrylics and pastels. I apply the wash by simply submerging the parts in the liquid. There are many brands and colors available, such as Doc O'Brien's Weathering Pastels from Micromark, Pan Pastels from Michaels, Aged Easy from Micromark, and Artist Tubes Acrylics from Michaels. After I prime the sheets, I use a sharp number 11 blade to cut the parts out of the nest. Don't skimp on blades. You will go through many blades during the build process. I buy them in packs of 100. There are typically a few small sections left holding the part in the nest. Sanding all edges ensures the parts are square and will fit together without any gaps. Per the instructions, the first step is to assemble the base of the structure. I use a wooden skewer to apply the glue, using the square to ensure the base will be square and true. Use the glue sparingly. Aleene's tacky glue is just that, tacky. It's a little thicker than regular white glue and sets up faster. Glue all the final supports into place. After gluing, set the base aside to dry. Craftsman kit walls typically require bracing to prevent warpage. This is achieved by gluing basswood strips to the interior wall surfaces. I use a variety of small clamps to hold the strips until the glue is dry. This can be done before or after the primer coat is applied. Most kits will advise on where to brace walls and will include the wood strips in the kit. I use the chopper to cut these pieces. The instructions typically show where to add bracing, but sometimes I'll add additional bracing as I see fit. Make sure the bracing does not interfere with adjacent walls. The next step is to assemble the walls. Before gluing, mock up the wall sections, making sure the walls overlap each other per the instructions. Apply a layer of glue to the wall ends and use a square to keep the walls at 90 degrees to each other. You can also use small strips of painter's tape to hold the walls together while the glue dries. The door assemblies are among the most tedious parts of the build. Each door is made up of no less than 5 parts. The right view shows the individual parts. They are very delicate and must be handled with care. I highly recommend pre-painting these parts. These are all peel and stick parts. Carefully peel off the backing layer and line each part per the instructions. The roof in this kit is a 2-part assembly. The first part is laser cut with the front and rear rafter tails. This part nests into the front and rear walls. There are notches cut into the walls to accept this part of the roof. After checking the alignment, add small dabs of glue to each rafter tail and press into place. The second layer is a thin piece of cardboard. This can be glued directly to the first layer. This kit comes with corrugated paper roofing material. It's supplied in long strips. First, I painted the strips with gray primer, then cut these into scale 4x8 panels. To prepare the panels for weathering, I laid down a few rows of painter's tape, sticky side up, on my cutting mat. I then placed the panels on the tape. This will keep them from moving during the weathering process. Now, if you don't want to weather, you can skip this weathering process and just apply the panels painted gray or silver or black or whatever color you choose. Painting and weathering the corrugated roofing. Weathering is a 3-step process. Allow the paint to dry between each step. Step 1, lightly dry brush silver colored acrylic paint on each panel. So for dry brushing, basically you're going to take fairly stiff brush. It can be an old brush, doesn't have to be a new one. You just want to make sure it's a stiff bristled brush, and you put the paint on it, and then on a paper towel you wipe off about 90% of the paint, just left with a little bit of paint, and then you lightly brush in line with the corrugations, and you really just want to apply a small amount. So for step 2, I lightly dry brush raw sienna acrylic on each panel. And for step 3, I do the same, except I use raw umber. So these are kind of my go-to colors. There's a few other shades of sienna and umber, burnt sienna and burnt umber that I use. Those 4 colors, I can pretty much get any kind of rust effect I want, from light new rust to very dark old rust. Applying the corrugated roofing. I use a simple technique to apply the corrugated roofing panels. Double-sided tape. This tape is very sticky, so try not to touch either side. Cut off 4 pieces and apply to the roof parallel to the long side. Trim off with a sharp X-Acto knife. You don't have to do this method. You can glue them on with CA or tacky glue or Walther's goo if you choose. I kind of like this technique because I can move very quickly applying the panels. And this is you want to use this Scotch double-sided tape. It's extremely thin, so it doesn't add any thickness to the roof lining. Start applying roof panels at the lower part of the roof. Make sure you slightly overlap each adjacent panel. Apply the second row in the same manner, making sure the panels overlap each other and to the lower row. Final roof weathering. Final weathering on the roof was to apply several shades of gray pastels. This tones down the rust colors. So generally, after you apply your rust, it's going to look a little bit, could look a little bit on the bright side. I usually like to tone it down, and I don't use really dark colors. I generally use medium to light shades of gray pastels, and that has a great effect in kind of blending in the brushed on weathering. Painting the walls. For this model, I wanted an old weathered look. I used white acrylic paint, lightly dry brushed onto the walls, allowing the gray base coat to show through. That's in the left photo. Later, I added a few shades of gray pastels to tone down the white, right photo. Again, same technique as on the roof. Dry brush sparingly if you want a weathered look like this. If you don't, you can just fully brush, full layer of color you desire. And then I, again, apply some pastels, gray pastels, just to tone it down a bit, make it a little bit more blended and cohesive. So the loading dock. This kit comes with laser scribe decking for the loading dock. For a more realistic look, I scratch built the loading dock using scale 3x10-inch basswood boards. I first cut them to length using my chopper, then stain them with Aged Easy, then apply them to the base with double-sided tape. This gives the boards an aged, weathered effect. The vertical boards come with the kit and are laser cut in one long length. I pre-stain them and glue them to the base structure. I then remove several random boards before a final weathering using moss green pastels. So typically these kits come with, as I stated, the decking is a single sheet that they laser scribe to make it look like boards. I typically discard that and go on with this board on board technique. It looks much more realistic. And as you can see, when you stain it, the wood, each piece of wood will take the stain a little differently, so you'll get different kind of shades and tones, and for me, it just looks a little bit more realistic. Final assembly. To finish the main structure, first install the doors, windows, and signage. The doors are plastic injection molded parts. These parts should fit snugly into their openings. Use a small amount of glue to secure them in place. Next, glue the building structure to the loading dock base. Carefully glue the railings to the loading dock. These are very delicate, so handle accordingly. I added details such as the metal chimney and scraps of corrugated roofing as patches on the loading dock. Those details that I added do not come with the kit. I just have had them in my scrap pile, so I'm sure most of you have stuff laying around from other kits, and don't throw it out. It comes in handy. The kit comes with an overhead hoist as a separate assembly. This consists of wood I-beams and plates, as well as plastic parts for the hoist assembly. The chain is metal. I assemble this using Aleen's glue as well as CA. Before gluing the final assembly, make sure the offset height between each of the vertical supports is correct. I finish the assembly with a coat of gray primer and rust-colored pastels. Preparing the base. Once I decided on a location for the structure, I had to remove the existing terrain to provide a suitable base. The area I chose had about a 1/4-inch thick layer of Sculptamold covered with dirt, grass, weeds, etc. Sculptamold is a papier-mâché-like material made up of plaster and paper fiber. It can be easily removed by soaking with water. I scribe the outline of the base down to the plywood, and then I spray the area liberally with 50% water and IPA and allow to soak for about 30 minutes. The terrain can then be scraped off with a putty knife. The final step is to glue down a 1/4-inch thick cork sheet base. So for all of my structures, I always make a base off of the main plywood base for the layout. This ensures that it sits flat and level. And I typically use cork. It's easy to work with. And I also very rarely glue down my structures because this enables me to remove them if I want to make any changes or do some cleaning, things like that. So preparing the structure base. The final touch for the base involved painting it with earth-colored latex flat paint, onto which I immediately sifted on real dirt. Once dry, I blended the surrounding area with coarse ground foam, weeds, and some static grass. So for dirt, make sure you sift it really, really fine. Otherwise, it's really not going to look to scale. It's going to look more like ballast. So I generally sift the dirt into several different grades, from a real fine to a medium to a coarse. Placement on the layout. Place the structure on the layout and soften the base of the building with ground foam, static grass, and some small scraps of super trees. Apply small dabs of white glue around the base, spread with a small brush, and press the ground foam into the glue. The super tree scraps can be secured with small dabs of white glue. Finish the scene with crates, barrels, and workers. So I have a lot of super trees on my layout. I buy them in the bulk package and usually get a huge amount of scraps left over. If you also work with super trees, don't throw the scraps out. You can make hundreds of small shrubs and bushes very, very easily, in a very effective way of creating that kind of underbrush for a few pennies. And that's the end of the clinic, and I'll take any questions you might have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John, for that clinic. Very informative. We have some questions we pulled from the chat that we'll discuss here a little bit. First one was actually for me. Somebody asked if painting the ceiling black in my train room keeps the dust down. Now, I've only had the black paint up there since September, so long term, I'm not sure, but it doesn't seem to be a big problem. And it, as I was saying, allows me to climb up and shut the water valve off if I need to the backyard without having to find it under a drop ceiling. And of course, I didn't have the expense of the the drop ceiling. I do most of that work with a credit card these days rather than doing it myself. Questions for John. The first one that came up was, should I start with an HO kit, craftsman kit, and then move to N scale before I do before I try one in N scale?
Well, I mean, I'm not an N scaler, but I would imagine an N scale craftsman kit has to have some really small parts. So if it was me, I think I would try to start with an HO scale kit and see, first off, if it's for me, do I really want to tackle a craftsman kit? Because if you don't like building the HO scale kit, you're really not going to like building the N scale kit.
For sure. Yeah. My grandson has N scale, and boy, I have a tough time helping him build some of those things. Yeah. All right. Somebody wanted to know what craftsman kit manufacturer has the best instructions.
Yeah, I saw that in the chat. That's a tough one because they're all pretty good. They all have kind of their own unique way of, some are much more detailed than others. But I can't say I have a favorite. I mean, I do like Bar Mills kits in particular. But the one thing I would say is with any craftsman kit is read through the instructions thoroughly first. I've made that mistake a few times where I might get halfway through the kit and realize, oh, I wasn't supposed to glue those parts first. I was supposed to wait and glue them later or whatever. So, with any kit, not just a Craftsman kit, thoroughly read the instructions first.
I think the newer kits have some better instructions than some of the older ones. If you build
Sure.
some of the old time things, especially like some of the the old wooden car kits, a lot of them say, here's the wood, cut them to size and build the model.
Yep.
Here's the drawing of what it's supposed to look like when it's done.
Yeah, that's a real
Craftsman. That's probably not the one you want to start out with.
No.
Somebody asked how you hide the basswood braces when you're making an interior.
Well, I do have a few kits where I built out maybe one room or one small area. So what I do is I'll put an interior wall to cover any bracing. In that case, you'd probably want to use as thin a bracing as you think you can get away with, just so it doesn't take away from the size of the interior room. Of course, if it's a large wall, you definitely want to use as heavy a bracing as you can just to prevent warpage.
True. Yeah. Let's see here. The other one, somebody asked about craft paints too. Do you find that they hold their color over time, or do they fade more so than one of the model enamels or something?
I use a variety of paints, anywhere from just regular rattle can primer. If I'm doing, red color, sometimes I'll just use that, to the old polyscale paints, really fine pigments. And I also use the cheap dollar, acrylic paints from like Michael's or Walmart. I haven't noticed any fading. Now, fading has a lot to do with sunlight. So my basement has windows, but it really doesn't get a whole lot of sunlight. So I would imagine if you had part of your layout exposed to sunlight, you could potentially get some fading. But I have kits going back 15 years or longer with all types of paints, and I generally have not had any issues with fading.
I suppose we could say that's natural weathering anyway. As it's gotten older, the paint's faded. I've modeling the New Haven as I do, there's always discussion about what color was this. The photo depends on what kind of film they used when they took the picture of the color, and how old was it, and what kind of paint was it, and did it fade, and all this kind of thing. So but it's interesting. I have heard that fluorescent light can tend to fade paint a little more than incandescent, or I guess LED light does. I don't know.
My lighting is all fluorescent, and it has been since day one. So I don't know. It's not something I look at every day, but it's possible. But first off, most of my structures are weathered, so they're already kind of purposely faded. As you can see from the clinic, that structure I built was pretty heavily weathered. But I guess I could say overall, I haven't really seen much effect of fading.
Okay. Any other last thoughts for folks here before we move along?
Just that, Craftsman kits really add a real high level of detail to your layout, and don't be afraid to try them. They take practice, they take a lot of patience, and hopefully, from my clinic, you may have picked up some of my techniques that I use, and that'll help you along with your build.
Okay. When's the next Island Ops? Are you going to be open for?
Yep. Our 10th anniversary is coming up the end of April. It's the last weekend in April, Friday to Sunday.
Oh,
And
okay.
I believe it's all sold out.
Okay. So we keep an eye out for it in 2025 for the 11th year, and maybe you get to visit John's layout and operate on it. Thank you very much, John, for joining us. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Good to have you. Thanks for staying with us. We do want to remind you once more to register for the raffle. Remember, we have two $50 gift certificates from both of our sponsors, Mini Prints and Interaction Hobbies. And you register them by following the link that's in the description of the YouTube feed. Get over there and do that. Everybody gets a chance, and the drawing will be Thursday at 8:45. Now we're going to do something different for us, something new. Okay. I think a lot of us have been to the convention where there's a make and take sort of a thing. And invariably, one of the people in the make and take has 11 thumbs on his hands, and the clinician has to spend time with them. And, there is always like a half-built model that comes out of it because we ran out of time. That is still on the shelf because you never did finish it up. So we're going to try this time and see how this works. This is what we call a build it. Going to teach you how to scratch build a 36-foot box car. But we're going to do the first part of it here on NERx. And remember that you don't have to build right along with this. You can follow it, and then you can go back to the NERx feed and watch it again if you missed something. And here to tell you more about that are Dave Dewar, the superintendent of Lake Shores, and Jim DeMarco, master model railroader, to tell you all about it and how to get you started. Dave, Jim?
Well, you start, Dave.
This is a program that came out of an idea to combine the NERx with the in-person convention and find some way to work the two together. And we came up with this Build It, which is a takeoff from our own Build It series in the Lake Shores division, where Jim DeMarco mentors a bunch of us who are new to scratch building. And so this first video tonight is about the project, what it is, what you'll need, and what we can supply for you. And then Wednesday night, we'll actually get started on building the project. So Jim, do you have anything to add there?
Well, the only thing I want to say is that this is to start everybody out in scratch building, to have fun, make mistakes, correct the mistakes, and continue, and not to worry too much about if it's perfect or not the first time. The reason I say all this is I have been building scratch building stuff for like all my life, from the 1956 until present. And everybody gets all panicky. And the only thing I want to say is do this, enjoy it, have fun, and get started in making things with your own hands.
And remember that you can go back and watch this again at nerx.org after the clinic is over. So you don't have to do this right. You'll have time to go back and look over it. So pay attention, follow along. Dave, any last words?
Nope, let's roll at speed. As most know, the NERx virtual convention was a product of the pandemic in 2020, when the Northeastern Region annual convention in Mill City had to be postponed. And while in-person conventions returned as of 2021, NERx continues. We are one of the few regions hosting both a virtual and in-person convention each year. As the planning for the 2024 conventions started, the possibility of linking the two was discussed. The idea of using a model building project beginning at NERx in March and finishing at Lake Shores 24 in September was proposed. We decided to give it a try with what we're calling a Build It hybrid. The 2024 Build It Hybrid project is scratch building an HO scale 36-foot wooden boxcar. The project is intended for those who have little or no experience with scratch building, but even experienced modelers may learn a trick or two. It is hoped that the modeler can earn an AP Merit Award for the completed model. During NERx and in the months leading up to the Lake Shores 24 in-person convention, modelers will get PowerPoint and/or video instructions to build the basic core of the car and to add the sheathing. All of the PowerPoint and video instructions will be archived at nerx.org so the modeler can refer to them at any time and work at his or her leisure. Then, at the NER convention, all of the car's detailing will be added. Final painting, lettering, and weathering will be up to the modeler after the convention. This hybrid project is an extension of the Build It series clinics that Jim DeMarco, MMR, runs for the Lake Shores and Western New York members from his home in Kendall, New York. Jim was presented with MMR certificate number 678 at the rescheduled Mill City NER convention in 2021. Jim had been working toward an MMR certificate for over 50 years. He just didn't know it, and his progression through the AP certificate seemingly occurred overnight. He'll be the very first to tell a model railroader to check what he or she has already done. Many of the AP requirements may already be fulfilled. Jim is a longtime scratch builder, and as we started coming out of the pandemic, we thought it might be a good idea for him to share some of that knowledge and experience with those of us who had never scratch built anything before. Plus, it got members together again. With that, the Lake Shores Build It series was born. Groups of modelers meet every week to every month, depending on the season, to work on a project mentored by Jim. This 36-foot wooden boxcar being used as the hybrid project was the first model completed by the Build It group. Other projects have included a wooden reefer and wooden craftsman structure kits. In this slide, the photo on the left shows Jim just after he received his MMR certificate. With him are his wife Kathy and Lake Shores AP Chair Ned Spiller, MMR. In the photo on the right, Jim works with Rob Bartels and Gordon and Jean Spalti at one of the Build It sessions. This presentation will discuss the NERx Lake Shores 24 hybrid project itself, the HO scale boxcar being built, the tools needed, both the minimum basic tools required and those that would be nice to have as well, and a supply packet available from the Lake Shores division that contains enough wood shapes, sheets, and strips to build the boxcar, even enough to cover a few goofs. The two models pictured here were products of Jim's first Build It group. Gordon Spalti, a relatively experienced modeler who was new to scratch building rolling stock, built the Maine and Western car on the left. His wife Jean, who had never before built any model, made the Penguin Express car on the right. 36-foot wooden boxcars mostly were built between 1890 and 1910 with wooden underframes and truss rods. In the 1930s, the wooden underframes, along with arch bar trucks, were banned from interchange service, so a majority of the cars were scrapped. Some were rebuilt with steel underframes. Roads with large numbers of 36-foot boxcars post-World War II included the New Haven, the Southern Railway, the Canadian Pacific, and Canadian National. From the 1960s and beyond, those cars not scrapped were in non-revenue service on the major roads or sold to short lines. Some of those cars lasted into the 1980s. Jim used several sources to come up with the design and drawings of his 36-foot wooden boxcar, books, online sources, and even model kits. The first two on this list are hard copies. The next two are internet, and the last is a kit from which both parts and instructions were used as reference. While many might find scratch building intimidating, breaking it up into several relatively small steps makes it much less so. This boxcar is actually a relatively simple build, even for a first-timer. Step 1 involves making the core of the car, assembling the floor, roof, and ends, and getting everything square, which is critical for the rest of the build. In step 2, the basic underframe will be completed. It will represent a car rebuilt with a steel underframe. Included will be bolsters, center sill, and individual planking to represent the flooring. The trucks will be attached and weights added to help bring the boxcar up to the NMRA recommended practice. In steps 3 and 4, the scribed sheathing will be added to the sides, ends, and roof, followed by the roof walk, end sills, and couplers. The car can be constructed with the side doors in the opened or closed position. Steps 1 through 4 should be completed prior to Lake Shores 24, the in-person convention in September. But if they're not, or if there are problems, bring what you've got and we'll get you back on track. At Lake Shores 24, Jim DeMarco will give a Thursday clinic on the final detailing of the car, and throughout the convention there will be a learning table in the interchange room where modelers can come on their own time to complete the cars. Jim or another mentor will be present for all of these sessions.
Evidently we lost our video. I'm not sure if we can get it back. Speed will check maybe. You guys want to talk a little bit about what people would be seeing here, just so they can so they know what they're looking at or aren't looking at?
The first part was a little bit of history about the 36-foot boxcars, which I don't remember offhand, other than they were basically built between the 1890s and 1910. And by the 1930s, when they banned wooden underframes, a good number of them were scrapped. But a number of roads, including, Ed, your favorite, New Haven, rebuilt them with steel underframes, and the New Haven had more 36-foot boxcars lasting into the 50s, lasting in the post-war period, than anybody else. And so did, I think Southern was another railroad, the two Canadian railroads were as well. And some of them lasted even into the 1980s as maintenance away cars. Jim had done a lot of research on the building of those 36-foot boxcars and did his own drawings based on what he saw in magazines, books, online, and took from some craftsman kits.
Right, I used Central Valley car kits as a reference. The American Railroad freight car by John White Jr. was a real good reference for all kinds of box cars in construction. I had a whole series of railroad prototype encyclopedias, and there's 31 volumes, and I used all kinds of different pages and parts and books to come up with the drawings that I did. So that's where a lot of the idea comes. And I also build all these for my master model railroader, and we're hoping that people will take all of this and use this car as part of their goals to maybe finish their freight cars and get merit awards for them is our goal and hopes.
Yeah, when we started the Build It series with Lake Shores, this was the first project that Jim introduced. And one of the slides in this PowerPoint shows
two of the box cars that were built. One by Gordon Spalti, who was quite an experienced modeler, but had never scratch built rolling stock, and one by his wife, Jean, who had never built any model before, and just shows you what you can do. And so we go from the background on this project to what the actual build is. And there's 4 steps to complete before the in-person convention in September. The first 2 we're going to go over on Wednesday night. The first step is building the core of the car, just the frame, the ends, and the roof, and squaring that all up. And then the second step, which we'll explain on Wednesday, is the underframe, which is the bolsters, the center sill, flooring, mounting the trucks, mounting the weights. And then hopefully in mid-May or so, we'll have steps 3 and 4 listed. So by the time one gets to the convention, one will have a boxcar body that can be detailed. And at the convention, the grab irons, ladders, brake rigging and pipes, cut bars, those kind of things can all be added at the convention. And at the convention, Jim will do a conventional type clinic on Thursday, kind of explaining all those, what's going to be done, the detailing of the car at the convention. And then we will have something called learning tables at the Lakeshores 24 convention. Learning tables will be where a clinician will spend a morning, afternoon, and evening going over different techniques, many of which are hands-on. And the Build It car will have somebody at its learning table, either Jim or a couple other mentors who've volunteered throughout the convention. So Thursday, all day Friday, and Saturday up to the banquet will be somebody there. So part of this goes through the steps to build the car. The next part is the basic tools that are needed to build the car, and realizing that this is aimed at people who've never scratch built before. We tried to come up with a bare minimum of tools that would be needed, so you're not having to buy out Micromark's inventory. Although that would be good, because Micromark just partnered with us for the convention, possibly with a little bit of a challenge for any of our members to purchase a certain amount. And if so, they'll be at our convention. We'll talk about that tomorrow.
All right.
But those basic tools are some sort of cutting mat, let's see, rulers, either a scale rule or something in a 12-inch rule to 32nds of an inch, a square, cloth, perhaps a miter box, some clamps and a glue. Did I miss anything, Jim?
Well, pretty much all of it, I think.
So we talk about those tools, and then those are the ones you really need to have, and then some that would be nice to have if you, and some that you can, some jigs and things that you can make on your own that will help.
Right, and we're going to show a lot of that off at the tables when we're doing the super detailing.
Yeah,
How to
show
make your
that
own
too. But
tire irons.
It'll also be in the written instructions that people get. And given that this video didn't, evidently isn't playing, we'll try to convert it to something written that people that order the kit will get. And the last thing is that somebody who's scratch building may not want to go out and buy all the wood that is needed to build this car. So Jim has put together a packet, and a good portion of it he's milled himself. And the packet will contain all the wood that is needed to construct one car with enough extra material to cover goofs. And if you don't have any goofs, you might be able to build a second car as well. And that kit is going to cost $30, including shipping. And members can get that, can order it by emailing superintendent@lakeshoresnmra.org, and we'll get your address and tell you how to pay for it, and we'll send out a kit. I think we said was it 30 that we were limiting it to, Jim, to start?
Oh, we're going to have 30 kits total, yes.
Yeah.
I shouldn't call them kits, but kits.
We can't call them kits. We can't call them kits. They're material packets.
It's
Yes,
just
because
a
all the
packet.
material is oversized, so they have to cut everything, fit everything, so they can get a merit award for this car when they're done.
So when you're done, it will be scratch built. You know,
100%.
scratch built car. So you can get a merit award. You can enter in a contest. You can do anything you want with it.
Yeah. So
hopefully you'll run it on your layout too. That's the
they run very well.
Yeah. If you're modeling, 50s and 60s, you would have seen some, especially in the Northeast in Canada. Well, I guess the Southern Railroad too.
Yeah. The New Haven did quite a bit of, they retrucked some of them, then they rebuilt some of them. And then when when they were done with them, they pulled them onto a siding, set them on fire. So they burned off all the wood so that they could reclaim the metal and get the scrap metal out of them, which was must have been interesting, that you could get away with that in the 1950s. You couldn't, I don't think you could do that now, certainly. But I can't conceive of how much smoke and things must have gone up from, lubrication and paint and everything else out of that. Good heavens. Different era.
I hadn't looked up what the New Haven ones look like. So the one that we're working on.
I can send you a picture. Actually, I've got a couple. They Fernero and Camerlano made resin kits for them. Flat resin kits, which are always a lot of fun. It's easier to scratch build a wood box car than build a resin kit of one, I think, because the parts are warped and oh geez,
the one that we're building as the sample model that's in the video. I'd like to decal it with something that is accurate. So to see a New Haven one would be kind of neat.
I'll send that. I'll make sure I send that over to you, especially if you remind me, because as I tell people, I have an excellent memory, but it's a very short one. So, by the time we get done with this, I may have forgotten to do that. So if you don't get something from me, remind me and I will put that out.
I may not remember till I start to paint it and decal it. So,
well, it's still there. I do have some drawings of them. So and some pictures. So
so
we'll do that,
Jim, and you can take off in a number of different directions with this core because it can be built into a very nice reefer too.
Yeah,
the 36-foot wood reefers. Don't put a roof on it. Cut down the sides, and you got a gondola. Okay. And we're building this kit as an updated one with a steel underframe, but you could build it with truss rods if you're modeling an earlier era, and K brakes rather than the AB brakes. There's also a list there of what we would supply in the materials packet, which is all the wood that is needed, and then what the modeler needs to supply, which is the trucks, couplers, an AB brake detail kit, 015 and 013 wire. This is for the detailing part when we get to.
We'll probably have the wire for that.
Yeah, we may even have it there. And let's see what else. That's basic. Oh, some screws to put in the trucks and couplers. Number 2 or number 3 screws.
The biggest thing you want to remember, though, is going to do the couplers last of all.
Yeah.
You don't want to put the coupler boxes on until you start getting ready to super detail it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
As soon as the basic body is done, is that correct?
No, you want to wait because remember we have an overhang on the front and back. It's
We're
like a
adding
sill.
We're adding
and
those in step
so
4. That'll be done before the convention.
possibly.
Yeah. So,
Okay, well, so we pretty much used up all the time that we would have had anyway with the video, so that's good. I hope,
Yeah.
appreciate you guys being flexible and being willing to riff on this for a bit here, since I don't know what happened to the video, but we'll,
I
that's
don't know
the
here.
way it goes sometimes, you know,
We better check out the other two, huh?
the technical difficulties. Well, yeah, I don't know, are we, we'll play it afterwards? Okay. Speed says we'll play the rest of the video after the layout tour. We'll play the whole video after the layout tour that's coming up, so you can watch the whole thing and see it. So that'll be fine. Dave and Jim, any last words before we let you get on your way?
Well, we're just looking forward to a lot of people taking advantage of this opportunity. It can be a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, it's going to be a great convention. So,
yeah, I hope it piques your interest and something new for maybe somebody that's never tried it before.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right.
So we're saying good night.
Good night. Good night. Yeah, you can be off to whatever it is you have to do up here. I don't know if it's snowing where you in Rochester. It is here.
It is. It is. Yeah, it is.
Welcome back. Sorry for the technical issues that we had there. We believe we have that fixed, and we will show the video in its entirety after the layout tour that's coming up next. Our next tour is of a German-themed layout. The BD Kaiserslautern is Tom and Ben Lynch's N-scale version of the Altstahlbahn, my German is not very good, KBS 650, and Pfalzische Ludwigsbahn, KBS 670, part of the Deutsches Bundesbahn, DB, in 1974 West Germany. Tom and Ben are a father and son team in the Central New York Division. KBS 650 is a single-tracked and non-electrified line from Kaiserslautern staging, heading north through two small towns and on to Bingerbrook on the Rhine River. Service includes passenger and freight using rail buses, diesel, and steam. The layout models two towns between staging. And there's also a section with overhead catenary. Train controller software is used for prototypical signaling and mixed automatic and manual running of trains. The father and son team work together to build and operate the layout. More information can be found on their Facebook page. Tom is going to be in the chat to answer any of your questions about this. And this is a layout that I enjoy. My first trains were Markland 3-rail that my father brought back from Germany. So this is the next step into that. So here is the BD Kaiserslautern of Tom and Ben Lynch. Speed, roll the video.
Welcome to West Germany in the mid-1970s. Our layout is based on the Deutsches Bundesbahn, the German Federal Railways, set in the hills and forests of Rhineland-Pfalz. BD Kaiserslautern is a fictional name, the BD standing for Bundesdirektion, one of the administrative units of the Deutsches Bundesbahn. Layout is proto-freelance, modeled in N-scale, and fills a room of about 12 by 26 feet. It's inspired by my memories from when I lived there, courtesy of my dad's assignment with the U.S. Air Force. The mid-1970s were the last days of steam in West Germany and the beginning of high-speed intercity expresses. The layout has two main lines, the Alsensbahn and the Pfalzerbahn, which we will explore in more detail. The Alsentalbahn was the first section of the layout I built. The prototype runs from Bingerbrook in the north to Kaiserslautern in the south, with a connection to Hochspeyer. I've modeled from just north of Neuhemsbach to the south. When you first enter the train room, you see a rocky ridge that hides the north end staging yard of Bingerbrook. Staging is easily accessible by a swing panel or using a step stool to reach up and over the ridge. The track in the staging is Kato Unitrack, used for its reliability. There are 3 return loop tracks and 1 stub track. Outside of staging, the layout uses Pico Code 55 track. Leaving Bingerbrook southbound, we exit a tunnel through the ridge and approach the town of Neuhemsbach. Note the characteristic German semaphore signals on this route. The town is modeled closely after the real one, with the station siding, grain elevator, and a farm warehouse. The only modeling change is some compression and the single tracking the main line rather than the prototype's double track. Neuhemsbach was one of our favorite train watching spots, and we often caught the 7:30 special there. This train was a local passenger pulled by a Class 50 210-0. Hearing the steam chuff as it pulled away after the station stop made me a fan of German railways for life. To continue our tour, we'll fall on another local southbound. This time, it's a BR 515 battery-powered railcar with a trailer car. These were often used on less trafficked lines. Leaving Neuhemsbach, we cross over the Alsens River and encounter some Army units on exercise. The Cold War was in full force during the 1970s, and each fall the military would conduct extensive maneuvers in the area. As we pass under a road bridge, you can see 2 rail fans by a parked Volvo station wagon. This was another fun train watching spot for us. Dad, my brother, and I would watch trains while my mom and sisters picked flowers nearby. We are now approaching the town of Enkenbach, passing Hager Müller, a local foundry. The switch back to the industry siding is also the start of a branch line that heads into the hills and back towards the Rhine River. After Hager-Muller, we enter the station at Enkenbach. This was the closest rail station to the village where we lived, and we often caught trains here. Locals and semi-fast trains stop frequently, while express trains just pass on through. As the rail bus arrives, another local, this one pulled by a BR-23 262 steam engine, departs northbound. Enkenbach has a station track with a small freight station and a coal yard. Across the tracks from the station, there are two team tracks, one with a loading platform. The south end of town also has a farming co-op warehouse. The backdrop here in Enkenbach and that over by Neuhemsbach were hand-painted with acrylics, and then some printed photos of German homes, typical for the area, pasted on. Leaving Enkenbach, the line splits in two. The line towards the back heads under a road bridge and onto the city of Kaiserslautern, which is represented in staging. We'll see this later. The line to the front curves into a tunnel which heads under the Autobahn and over to the junction at Hochspeyer. The Altenhof Tunnel goes underneath the Autobahn A6, which stretches from Kaiserslautern to Mannheim on the Rhine. The Autobahns are famous for having sections with no speed limit, and slower cars need to quickly get out of the passing lane for faster cars. Anyone who has failed to do so will recognize the flashing lights of the sports car in the back. After passing under the Autobahn and exiting the Altenhof Tunnel, we arrive at Hochspeyer. Here, the Alsenstalbahn meets the Pfalzerbahn, which connects Kaiserslautern with the city of Mannheim. The Pfalzerbahn is part of a larger route between the heart of Germany and France. You can see everything from high-speed international expresses to slow coal trains winding through the hills and tunnels of this route. Our layout will eventually model the section from Hochspeyer to Ludwigshafen, including the stations of Lambrecht and Neustadt an der Weinstraße. Hochspeyer is laid out like the prototype town, but with the connection to Enkenbach entering from the west end of town instead of the east end. This was to eliminate any need for a duck under on the layout. The east end also shows the double-track main line heading to Kaiserslautern through the Heiligenberg Tunnel. Hochspeyer has no local industries, but there is a freight house here and a team track with a loading platform. There is also a small yard here, which allows through trains to drop cars for Enkenbach or Lambrecht that can be picked up later by locals for distribution. The background hills of the Pfalzerwald were modeled using different sizes and colors of clump foliage glued directly to Woodland Scenic's shaper sheet over a foam framework. More detailed trees are then placed along the edge of the forest. On the Pfalzerbahn in Hochspeyer, we see the emergence of a more modern Deutsches Bundesbahn. Color light signals have replaced the semaphores. The main line is double-tracked for increased frequency of trains, and overhead catenary to allow the use of electric trains. I don't have the catenary installed here yet, but it is planned for the future. The frequency of passenger trains on this route can make moving freight a challenge. Here we see a 3-cylinder BR-44 taking advantage of a break in traffic to continue moving east. To continue our tour, we'll follow an eastbound commuter local. This train is pulled by a BR-141 electric locomotive. The cars are a mix of first and second class silverfish, nicknamed for their color and a faint scale-like appearance on the sides. The last car in the train has a driving cab, which allows for push-pull service. Leaving Hochspeyer, we plunge into the Schlossberg, or Castle Mountain Tunnel. Atop the hill, there are the ruins of Frankenstein Castle, named for the small village here, not the infamous doctor. This castle ruin gives some great views of the surrounding area and is a wonderful spot to video trains passing underneath. Coming through the tunnel, we pass by Frankenstein's church and graveyard. This scene is one I've wanted to model since I started modeling German railways. The contrast between the fast, electrified trains and the old church with the castle on the hill really resonates with me. Here we come to the end of the scenic areas for the layout. From here until staging is only temporary track to allow me to run trains. In this corner will be the town of Lambrecht with the Glatz paper factory. Here you can clearly see the benchwork for the layout. It is sectional benchwork kits I purchased from modelrailroadbenchwork.com. I especially like the curved sections they make. The sections are supported by either L girders or runners attached to the walls of the room. The cardboard is a mock-up of the backdrop that will be here, hiding the staging yards of Kaiserslautern and Mannheim. Trains will pass through a few tunnels, taking us to the town of Neustadt on the Weinstrasse. Neustadt will have a major passenger station, post office, freight house, and a small freight yard. Neustadt is also the site of a train museum that was founded in 1974, and this will allow us to run excursions with older trains on the layout. Leaving Neustadt, trains will wind through some vineyards and then arrive at Mannheim, our eastern staging yard. Mannheim Staging Yard is connected to the Kaiserslautern Staging Yard, which allows for continuous run operations. The entire Mannheim-Kaiserslautern staging complex will be hidden behind a low backdrop, but still allow for easy access. These staging yards are also built with Cato track as the other staging yard. The train controller software I use has a nice feature which allows us to automatically store more than one train per staging track if they fit. When the train in front leaves, the others will move up, leaving space in the rear. This is really helpful as you can always use more staging tracks than you really have. If you look to the left as you enter the train room, you'll see our current dispatching and control desk. The layout is controlled using train controller software from Freiwald Software of Germany. This software interfaces with the Digitrax command station and various detectors and stationary decoders around the layout. The use of train controller software allows for completely automatic control of trains, complete manual control, or any combination of the two. We take advantage of this by having the staging yards completely automatic. We can also run operations where we control freight trains and switching, while the computer runs the frequently scheduled passenger trains automatically. The software also allows us to use mobile devices as control panels and throttles. We have iPads that serve as control panels at Hochspeyer and Enkenbach. Mobile phones can be used as throttles, complete with in-cab signaling and monitoring of coal and water usage where appropriate. We also have the layout set up to do some operations. We use a car card and waybill system for freight forwarding. These car cards are modified from those used by Fremo in Europe. Each card has a picture of the car, since it can be difficult to read road numbers in N-scale. The car card also shows the car type using standard European car designations. The shipping location, car lading, and destination are all on the card. Everything is in German as well as English, as is the case with all of my paperwork. Each town has a car card box with a slot for each industry or yard track. If a card in the box has a destination other than where it's currently located, it will get pulled for shipping. If it's already at its destination, it stays in the box as unloading is not yet complete. I will periodically switch out or turn cards in the boxes as needed. Earlier, as we passed by Neustadt, we mentioned that there was a train museum located there. My son and helper Ben has recently become interested in German steam engines from an earlier time. Having a train museum allows him to plausibly run some of these on the layout. Here we see a nice, streamlined BR 3.10 hauling some vintage coaches. This represents a train from era 2 or 3, the late 40s, early 50s. As our day ends, the lights come on in Enkenbach and Hochspeyer. And here we see a final passenger express headed to Saarbrücken. With connections on to Paris. We hope you've enjoyed this look at BD Kaiserslautern. You can follow layout developments on Facebook at BD Kaiserslautern. You can also get more information on European trains at ETE on Facebook or ete.org on the web. And to find out more about NMRA activities in Central New York, visit cnynmra.org.
Okay, so that wraps up day one of NERx 2024. We will, after we sign off here, we will run the entire video of the Build It for you, those of you who want to hang around and watch the rest of that. And then it will, as we said, it will be available archived so you can check back with it if you need to as well. Please tune in tomorrow, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time, for another action-packed agenda of clinics, layout tours, and roundtable discussions. We want to give a big thank you to our sponsors, Mini Prints and Interaction Hobbies. And don't forget to register for the raffle provided by them. Follow the link in the description of the feed to register. On behalf of the entire NER board, I want to thank all the volunteers who gave their time for making this event possible, especially the guys in the back room here, Chuck Diljack, Artie Crass, Pete Watson, also Dave Durer, Chris Carfaro, Mark Moritz, and Ed Olszewski. And we, of course, could never do this without the National NMRA crew, particularly Speed Mueller, for spending the week with his Helix, helping us to stream this great content. Thank you all for attending, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Have a good night. Stay on if you want to watch the Build It video. Good night.
As most know, the NERx virtual convention was a product of the pandemic in 2020, when the Northeastern Region annual convention in Mill City had to be postponed. And while in-person conventions returned as of 2021, NERx continues. We are one of the few regions hosting both a virtual and in-person convention each year. As the planning for the 2024 conventions started, the possibility of linking the two was discussed. The idea of using a model building project beginning at NERx in March and finishing at Lake Shores 24 in September was proposed. We decided to give it a try with what we're calling a Build It hybrid. The 2024 Build It hybrid project is scratch building an HO scale 36-foot wooden boxcar. The project is intended for those who have little or no experience with scratch building, but even experienced modelers may learn a trick or two. It is hoped that the modeler can earn an AP Merit Award for the completed model. During NERx and in the months leading up to the Lake Shores 24 in-person convention, modelers will get PowerPoint and/or video instructions to build the basic core of the car and to add the sheathing. All of the PowerPoint and video instructions will be archived at nerx.org so the modeler can refer to them at any time and work at his or her leisure. Then, at the NER convention, all of the car's detailing will be added. Final painting, lettering, and weathering will be up to the modeler after the convention. This hybrid project is an extension of the Build It series clinics that Jim DeMarco, MMR, runs for the Lake Shores and Western New York members from his home in Kendall, New York. Jim was presented with MMR certificate number 678 at the rescheduled Mill City NER convention in 2021. Jim had been working toward an MMR certificate for over 50 years. He just didn't know it, and his progression through the AP certificate seemingly occurred overnight. He'll be the very first to tell a model railroader to check what he or she has already done. Many of the AP requirements may already be fulfilled. Jim is a longtime scratch builder, and as we started coming out of the pandemic, we thought it might be a good idea for him to share some of that knowledge and experience with those of us who had never scratch built anything before. Plus, it got members together again. With that, the Lake Shores Build It series was born. Groups of modelers meet every week to every month, depending on the season, to work on a project mentored by Jim. This 36-foot wooden boxcar being used as the hybrid project was the first model completed by the Build It group. Other projects have included a wooden reefer and wooden craftsman structure kits. In this slide, the photo on the left shows Jim just after he received his MMR certificate. With him are his wife Kathy and Lake Shores AP Chair Ned Spiller, MMR. In the photo on the right, Jim works with Rob Bartels and Gordon and Jean Spalti at one of the Build It sessions. This presentation will discuss the NERx Lake Shores 24 hybrid project itself, the HO scale boxcar being built, the tools needed, both the minimum basic tools required and those that would be nice to have as well, and a supply packet available from the Lake Shores division that contains enough wood shapes, sheets, and strips to build the boxcar, even enough to cover a few goofs. The two models pictured here were products of Jim's first Build It group. Gordon Spalti, a relatively experienced modeler who was new to scratch building rolling stock, built the Main and Western car on the left. His wife Jean, who had never before built any model, made the Penguin Express car on the right. 36-foot wooden boxcars mostly were built between 1890 and 1910 with wooden underframes and truss rods. In the 1930s, the wooden underframes, along with arch bar trucks, were banned from interchange service, so a majority of the cars were scrapped. Some were rebuilt with steel underframes. Roads with large numbers of 36-foot boxcars post-World War II included the New Haven, the Southern Railway, the Canadian Pacific, and Canadian National. From the 1960s and beyond, those cars not scrapped were in non-revenue service on the major roads or sold to short lines. Some of those cars lasted into the 1980s. Jim used several sources to come up with the design and drawings of his 36-foot wooden boxcar. Books, online sources, and even model kits. The first two on this list are hard copies. The next two are internet, and the last is a kit from which both parts and instructions were used as reference. While many might find scratch building intimidating, breaking it up into several relatively small steps makes it much less so. This boxcar is actually a relatively simple build, even for a first-timer. Step 1 involves making the core of the car, assembling the floor, roof, and ends, and getting everything square, which is critical for the rest of the build. In step 2, the basic underframe will be completed. It will represent a car rebuilt with a steel underframe. Included will be bolsters, center sill, and individual planking to represent the flooring. The trucks will be attached and weights added to help bring the boxcar up to the NMRA recommended practice. In steps 3 and 4, the scribed sheathing will be added to the sides, ends, and roof, followed by the roof walk, end sills, and couplers. The car can be constructed with the side doors in the opened or closed position. Steps 1 through 4 should be completed prior to Lake Shores 24, the in-person convention in September. But if they're not, or if there are problems, bring what you've got and we'll get you back on track. At Lakeshores 24, Jim DeMarco will give a Thursday clinic on the final detailing of the car, and throughout the convention there will be a learning table in the interchange room where modelers can come on their own time to complete the cars. Jim or another mentor will be present for all of these sessions. Detailing will include adding the doors, the grab irons, and the brake lines and rigging. Along the way will be some tips and tricks for measuring, cutting, squaring, gluing, and clamping. And also some ideas on making jigs for bending wire into grab irons. A few minutes making a jig can save a lot of time overall. For many of the modeling procedures, at least a couple of different techniques will be presented. Experienced modelers probably have pretty close to the entire MicroMark inventory of tools. You won't need that for this project. Most modelers, even those who've never scratch built anything before, will have on hand the basic bare minimum tools needed to build this 36-foot wooden boxcar. It is not our intent that one would have to break the bank for this project. One could scratch build this model with just the tools pictured in this slide. Jim DeMarco's list for the minimum tools required: a sharp pencil, a ruler, some masking or painter's tape, some type of cutting surface, a hobby saw and handle, a hobby knife and a good supply of number 11 blades, a pin vise and drill bits, a sanding block with 180 and 220 grit sandpaper, a square, clamps, and glue. Let's go through these one by one and expand on the tools and their uses. For measuring lengths of wood, an HO scale rule available from the NMRA or MicroMark or your local hobby shop can be used. 12-inch rulers with cork backing to prevent slippage are available from a number of sources. The one shown here, cork side up, is from Harbor Freight. One also needs a sharp pencil for marking measurements. Tape can also be used for marking measurements, cutting guides, or securing pieces of wood for cutting or gluing. For cutting, especially with a hobby knife, some sort of dedicated cutting surface is useful. A piece of glass from an inexpensive picture frame can work. So can an acrylic cutting board or those thin plastic disposable cutting sheets. Self-healing cutting mats with inch and millimeter markings along the sides and half-inch squares work very well and are available from most hobby shops, MicroMark, and other online vendors. A hobby knife with a good supply of number 11 blades is essential. Number 17 chisel blades are also useful. A hobby saw is also necessary. The saw shown here is an Atlas number 400 Modeler Super Saw used for cutting all types of wood, plastic, and non-ferrous metals. They are throwaways when the blade dulls. When used for wood, the blade lasts quite a long time. For metals, not as long. It's not a bad idea to have a backup. The modeler could also buy a hobby saw handle that has replaceable blades. Those replaceable blades have the advantage of different teeth per inch or TPI counts and kerf widths depending on the use. A blade designated for fine cuts would work well for this project. All of the saw cuts in this 36-foot wooden boxcar project are 90 degrees. The floor, roof, and end blocks all require such cuts. A hobby miter box can help make those precise cuts, but you don't need to have one. You may be able to improvise with what you already have. Please remember that no matter what technique is used to get a square cut, the modeler will need to true up the cut with a sanding block. Those techniques will be shown shortly. Without a miter box, one of the simplest ways to approximate a square cut is to run a strip of tape along the cut line as shown on the left. The tape acts as a guide for the saw, and as long as the saw is held vertically, the cut will be pretty accurate. The blade of a square positioned along the cut line can be used as a fence to guide the saw as well. Again, remember to hold the saw blade vertically. Another home-styled mitering tool can be made by quick clamping a piece of wood to the raw stock. The guide piece must have a perfectly square end that is positioned over the cut line. The thickness of the wooden fence will help keep the saw blade vertical for an accurate cut. When only one piece of a certain length is needed, wood or styrene strips can be cut freehand by lining up the stock material next to a ruler and making the cut with a hobby knife. But if multiple duplicate pieces are needed, then something like the Northwest short line chopper makes the process quite efficient. The flooring of the Build It project boxcar requires a number of duplicate planks for which this tool is designed to cut. The cut is made guillotine style by a single-edged razor blade attached to the lever arm. The fence runs at right angles to the blade, and the movable stop is adjusted to the desired length. Multiple duplicate pieces can be banged out in relatively short order. Don't have a chopper? Then two pieces of wood, one as a fence and the other as a stop, can be taped to a cutting mat as a guide for the hobby knife. Even just a couple pieces of tape laid out on the cutting surface can accomplish the same purpose. A pin vise and an assortment of drills are needed for securing trucks and coupler pockets and placing grab irons and other details. The smaller drill sizes from the hobby drill set are used for grab irons and detail parts, and the larger 1/16 inch and 5/64 inch drills are used for the number 2 or number 3 screws used to secure coupler pockets and trucks. A push pin works well for making starter points. To avoid splitting wood, try starting with a very small size drill and work up to the required size. Sanding blocks are used to smooth rough surfaces from saw or knife cuts, to finish pieces to final length, and to square up both individual and assembled pieces. The simplest sanding blocks are pieces of wood, like a 2x4, with sandpaper attached with some type of adhesive. A store-bought sanding block, with its supply of sanding strips, is pictured on the left. Squaring up individual or assembled pieces can be done with a sanding block and a square, but the task is much simpler with something like the Northwest short line true sander. The base is two pieces of masonite, one shorter than the other to act as a fence for the aluminum sanding block. The aluminum angle, which is perpendicular to the sanding surface in this image, is the fence for the wooden component to be squared. Holding the wood tightly against the aluminum fence and feeding it slowly into the sanding block that slides along its fence makes for a nice square end. Don't want to shell out the money for a commercial sanding jig? Or the one you ordered has been on back order for the past 6 months? Then you can easily make one from scrap pieces of lumber you may have lying around. Here, a couple pieces of 5/8 inch MDF and a 2x4 scrap were all that were needed. One piece of MDF was used as a base, the other was glued to its surface to act as a fence. The fence was positioned at right angles to and about 1/16 inch shy of the end of the base. Then the thickness of the base was marked on the 2x4, and sandpaper will be attached to the 2x4 at that line and above with spray adhesive. Find a good flat surface, and the homemade sanding jig will work the same as the Northwest Shortline version. Squares are used for marking right angle lines, checking the accuracy of cuts, and checking that assemblies are square. The simplest and least expensive squares have a fixed beam. The 6-inch square at the top left was taken from a woodworker's toolbox. The 2-inch machinist's square below is from Micromark, as are the gauging squares on the right. An advantage of gauging squares is that the ruled beam is movable and can be used as a measuring tool and used to mark distances from the end of a piece, such as when positioning bolsters from the end of the car's floor. Not necessary, but nice to have. As seen earlier in this presentation, clamps can be used for making temporary jigs for sawing or sanding, or for holding pieces of wood that are to be sawed or sanded. Various types of clamps are used when gluing components of the model together. They hold the pieces in position and provide pressure while the glue is drying. Quick clamps, shown in the center of this picture, work for most applications and are readily and inexpensively available at Harbor Freight, big box, and small-time hardware stores. These are the smallest sizes available. Not shown are rubber bands and C-clamps. If using the latter, make sure you have scraps of wood to use as clamping blocks, both to spread the pressure and to prevent marring of the wood surfaces of the model. One, 2, 3 blocks are precisely machined 1-inch by 2-inch by 3-inch steel blocks that are square to within 1/10,000th of an inch. They are great for squaring up pieces to be glued and have enough weight to put adequate pressure on the glue joints. 1, 2, 3 blocks are available from Micromark, Harbor Freight Online, Amazon, and other vendors. These would be a great addition to any modeler's toolbox, but again, not absolutely necessary. A wood glue, or even a white glue, can be used to assemble the wood components of this boxcar. The glue can be squirted into a small tub or bottle cap and applied to the surfaces to be bonded with a toothpick. The glue applicator, pictured on the right, allows for precise placement of the adhesives. This particular applicator is available from Micromark. If interested in scratch building this 36-foot boxcar, a supply packet is available that contains sufficient lengths of wood shapes and strips to complete the car, even allowing for a few goofs. If no mistakes are made, there might even be enough for a second car. The packet contains floor stock, roof stock, and end block stock. In order for the model to be considered scratch built, the modeler must cut the raw stock to the correct lengths. Those instructions are in the following presentations. Although some of the packets may contain bolster stock, in trial runs we felt those bolsters positioned the car too high above the trucks. Instead, we'll be demonstrating how roof stock can also be used for bolsters. Also included are stock material for the center sill and flooring needed to complete the underframe, scribed sheathing for the sides, ends, and roof, and stock to make the roof walk and other details. Of the parts the modeler must supply, the trucks, couplers, coupler pockets, weights, and wood screws are needed for the NERx and online segments of the Build It project. The AB brake detail and wire will be used for the detailing at the Lake Shores 24 in-person clinics. Only 30 supply packets will be available. Order from superintendent@lakeshoresnmra.org. Cost will be $30, including shipping. Instructions for rendering payment will be given at the time of ordering. Also, one need not buy the supply packet to build the car. Specific sizes of the stock and strip wood will be listed with the instructions for each individual step of the project. If you already have the stock on hand, follow along with the online directions and finish it up at the September NER convention in Rochester. This ends the introduction to the Build It Hybrid, an NERx Lake Shores 24 crossover project in which an HO scale 36-foot wooden boxcar will be scratch built. We've discussed the car to be built and the tools and materials needed. The next NERx presentation will cover the first steps in actual construction. Hope we've got you